Chapter 1408. Qin Feng had already brought Hua Xiaozhen back to the Thousand Flower House. After entering the house, Qin Feng entered the Hedonist sovereign system. Now that he had gathered all the materials to forge the Golden Rock Celestial Armor, he could forge it. Golden Fur Lion King greets Master. Duan Yu greets Master. As soon as Qin Feng entered, the heroes came to greet him. The flaming golden eagle and glacial snow mastiff let out joyful cries. Little Pig and Pikachu jumped onto Qin Feng's shoulders and started playing around. Qin Feng checked the injuries of Duan Yu and the others. In the battle not long ago, these heroes fought with their lives on the line and finally defended the city. After resting for a few days, they had mostly recovered. With this, Qin Feng relaxed and opened the system's forging interface. Compared to the synthesis interface, the forging interface was a place for forging spiritual equipment. Qin Feng's Purple Thunder Wild Robe was forged in the forging interface. Qin Feng threw all the materials into the huge furnace. The system's notification sounded, ding. Host Qin Feng is forging the Golden Rock Celestial Armor. This forging will cost 100,000 Hedonist points. Do you want to continue? Qin Feng felt depressed. He had spent 200,000 Hedonist points to activate the Golden Rock Celestial Sovereign Armor, and now he had to spend another 100,000 Hedonist points to forge it. This Golden Rock Celestial Sovereign Armor cost him 300,000 Hedonist points, and this didn't include the cost of the materials. However, the Golden Rock Celestial Armor was a gold-grade Great Sage spiritual armor. Qin Feng had looked through the system's inventory and found that gold-grade spiritual armors cost at least 500,000 Hedonist points. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and the 100,000 Hedonist points disappeared. The huge furnace started to spin and loud noises came from within. 10 minutes later, a shining golden spiritual armor rose into the air. Qin Feng grabbed at the air and the Golden Rock Celestial Armor fell into his hand. The armor looked cool and dazzling. It was covered in golden light and dense spiritual chi flowed within. It was as if it was a spiritual armor with willpower. The heroes were all attracted by the venerable Golden Rock Armor. Little Pig shouted excitedly, "Master, hurry up and put on the armor. This Great Sage Gold Armor has its own consciousness. As long as Master can communicate with the venerable Golden Rock Armor's consciousness, you can activate the fury of the Golden Rock and launch a Golden Rock attack." Little Pig's introduction caused Qin Feng to become excited. Not long ago, during the city battle, his Moon God's armor had been broken. Now, it was being stored in the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. He just so happened to lack a powerful spirit armor. With a thought, the Golden Rock Celestial Armor appeared on Qin Feng's body. His entire body shone with golden light, as if a god of war had descended from the heavens. Qin Feng casually performed a set of fish techniques, and the spirit armor moved with him, creating a vigorous wind. When he activated the will of the Golden Rock in the spirit armor, several golden rocks condensed from true chi descended from the sky. The formation was earth-shattering. Ding! Congratulations host Qin Feng for completing the mission of forging the second celestial artifact of the out-of-print interface. The system will reward you with 200,000 Hedonist points and 1-star technology Hummingbird Fighter. Host points balance, 2,090,000 host points. The system's notification sounded. The mission of forging the Golden Rock Celestial Armor had been completed. Looking at the 2.01 million Hedonist points in the system, Qin Feng thought of the Immortal Island. Opening the Immortal Island required 2 million Hedonist points. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't open the Immortal Island now. If he did, he would only have 10,000 Hedonist points left. If he encountered a life-threatening situation, he wouldn't even have enough money to buy Star Technologies ammunition. Moreover, Qin Feng's current cultivation level was nothing in the divine Great Land, so he relied on the star technology battle armor. As soon as his consciousness returned to reality, Qin Feng heard a mechanical sound. He hadn't heard this sound since he came to the divine Great Land. In an instant, it was as if he was answering China's secular world. Xiao Zhen, what are you doing? When Qin Feng found the source of the sound, he was shocked. It turned out to be Hua Xiaozhen massaging his chest with a breast enlargement machine. Hua Xiaozhen was so shocked that she dropped the machine in her hands onto the bed. She didn't care that she was seen naked and said shyly, "See, young Master Qiao, didn't you tell me to massage you every night before I sleep? Are you angry?" Hua Xiaozhen's heart was in turmoil. She had always felt that the breast enlargement devices in the outside world were too embarrassing, but Qin Feng had bought them for her, so she couldn't refuse them. Seeing that Qin Feng was unhappy, Hua Xiaozhen was afraid that he would misunderstand her as a frivolous woman. Qin Feng was speechless. He couldn't help but glance at Hua Xiaozhen's body a few times. He pretended to be calm and said, "Ahem. And nothing, the massage is pretty good. You can continue." Hua Xiaozhen picked up the massager in a daze and started massaging again. As she massaged, she looked at Qin Feng in a daze. Qin Feng originally wanted to pretend he didn't see it, but how could he resist Hua Xiaozhen's temptation? He kept sneaking a few glances. "Xiao Zhen, do you want to cultivate?" Qin Feng thought of an important matter. The divine Great Land was filled with experts. Bringing Hua Xiaozhen with Qin Feng made his hands and feet bound. He didn't expect Hua Xiaozhen to cultivate to a high realm. At the very least, he wanted her to step into stage 1 true qi, which would be enough for self-protection or escape. Hua Xiaozhen stopped massaging and looked at Qin Feng with anticipation. "Young Master Qiao, are you willing to teach me?" "As long as you're willing to learn, of course I'm willing to teach." Hua Xiaozhen was happy. She had wanted to learn cultivation for a long time. It wasn't for anything else but to make herself stronger. She didn't want to always be a burden to young Master Qiao. "I'm willing. Can I learn it tonight?" Hua Xiaozhen's eyes lit up. Qin Feng took out a few medicinal pills. He wanted to use them to help Hua Xiaozhen break through quickly. However, Little Pig's voice sounded in his mind. "Master, the spirit qi in the divine Great Land is much stronger than in the outside world. I suggest you try not to use medicinal pills to help Hua Xiaozhen break through. You can give her a high-grade cultivation method to cultivate." Qin Feng put away the pill and started to ponder about the cultivation method. Because of the lack of spirit qi in the outside world, there were very few cultivation methods. Qin Feng had only cultivated the sovereign heart technique, the Vajra tactics. However, the Vajra tactics was a passive defensive cultivation method. It was completely different from cultivation methods. Now that Hua Xiaozhen needed to cultivate, Qin Feng decided to solve their problem once and for all. He wanted to buy a high-grade cultivation method so the two of them could cultivate together. As soon as this idea popped up in his mind, Little Pig continued, "Master, why don't you buy a heaven and earth yin-yang harmony balance? This is a dual cultivation method. It's a heaven-rank cultivation method. It costs 500,000 hedonist points." Qin Feng looked at his inventory and found the heaven and earth yin-yang harmony balance. He was glad that he didn't open the Immortal Islands interface. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to afford this cultivation method. However, Qin Feng felt his heart ache. This cultivation method was a bit expensive. It cost 500,000 hedonist points. However, when he thought about his and Hua Xiaozhen's cultivation problems, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and bought it. Ding! Congratulations host Qin Feng for spending 500,000 hedonist points to purchase the heaven and earth yin-yang harmony balance. Host's total hedonist points, 1,519,000. The system notification sounded. Suddenly, Qin Feng's mind was flooded with a boundless amount of information. Hua Xiaojun was still staring at him dumbly. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't respond for a long time, the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. "See, young Master Qiao, it's this lowly servant's fault. This lowly servant doesn't want to learn anymore." Qin Feng, who had just bought the cultivation method, looked at Hua Xiaojun in confusion. "Why don't you learn? This lowly servant's status is lowly. How can I learn the path of cultivation? This lowly servant is insensible. Please don't be angry at me, young Master Qiao." Hua Xiaojun's face was full of anxiety, and her body was trembling. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. He couldn't help but pull her into his embrace. Hua Xiaojun wasn't wearing any clothes, so she was very soft to the touch. "I said I'll teach you, so I'll teach you. Let's start now." Qin Feng's voice was unquestionable. Hua Xiaojun was at a loss in his embrace. Her little face was flushed, and she began to wonder if young Master Qiao was going to teach her cultivation or something else. In the following period of time, Hua Xiaojun realized that young Master Qiao was really teaching her cultivation. Moreover, the cultivation speed was not too fast. Soon, Hua Xiaojun felt a chaotic flow of energy in her body, unblocking her tendons and veins, speeding up her blood flow. With a bang, Hua Xiaojun felt as if her body had exploded. She was so shocked that she screamed. Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Hua Xiaojun's body for a long time. He was shocked. It had only been 2 short hours, and Hua Xiaojun had broken through to the first stage of true qi. "Master, because the divine land has abundant spiritual qi, even if Hua Xiaojun didn't deliberately cultivate, her body has long been cleansed by spiritual qi after living in this environment for more than 20 years. With a little guidance, it's very normal for her to break through." Little Pig said. What's more, Master and Hua Xiaojun used the heaven and earth yin-yang harmony balance to perform dual cultivation. This cultivation method is a heaven-rank mental cultivation method, so it will allow the person with the higher realm to automatically enter the other person's body. The cultivation speed is several times faster than normal people. After hearing Little Pig's explanation, Qin Feng wasn't surprised at all. He felt that this kind of breakthrough speed was very normal. After Hua Xiaojun broke through to the first stage of true qi, her body quickly stabilized. Qin Feng prepared to continue dual cultivation with her and strive to help her step into the third stage of true qi in one night. "Young hero Qiao, Miss Hua, are you both asleep?" However, at this time, He Chun knocked on the door. Hua Xiaojun was so scared that she immediately hid in Qin Feng's arms. She wasn't dressed and didn't want He Chun to see her. Qin Feng could only withdraw his breath and cover Hua Xiaojun with the blanket. "What are you thinking, disturbing our rest in the middle of the night?" Qin Feng opened the door and was reprimanded. He Chun suppressed his anger and forced a smile. "Young hero Qiao, please don't blame me. I forgot to change the incense tonight. I'll leave immediately after lighting the incense." The people of the divine land loved to light incense indoors, so Qin Feng didn't mind. He Chun hurriedly changed 3 incense sticks. They were all sleeping smoke that Lei Wanzhong gave him. After lighting the incense, he secretly glanced at the bed and saw Hua Xiaojun's clothes off to the side. She was sleeping under the blanket. He Chun couldn't help but feel a burst of evil fire in his stomach. "What are you still standing there for? Get lost." Qin Feng saw He Chun's small eyes. He Chun hurriedly nodded and bowed, but his heart was blooming with joy. He planned to wait until the people from the Science and Technology Museum captured Qin Feng, then he would take that woman Hua Xiaojun. Chapter 1409. After He Chun left, Qin Feng returned to the bed. Hua Xiaozhen's little face was flushed. She realized that He Chun had misunderstood her relationship with Qin Feng, but she wasn't disgusted. Instead, she was a little happy. Xiaozhen, do you still want to cultivate? Qin Feng asked. I want to cultivate hard in the future so that I won't be a burden to young Master Qiao. Hua Xiaozhen looked at Qin Feng with a determined expression. Qin Feng stared at her next seriously. When Hua Xiaozhen came back to her senses, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and hide. However, she didn't hide. Instead, she secretly straightened her back. This action made Qin Feng a little excited. He couldn't help but grab it. Hua Xiaozhen called out softly but didn't resist. She widened her big, watery eyes and looked at Qin Feng expectantly. See young Master Qiao, W if you want it, W then. Hua Xiaozhen's voice was as soft as a mosquito. Qin Feng didn't hold it in anymore. He had seen the introduction of the yin-yang harmony balance. It was a dual cultivation method. If dual cultivators had sex, their cultivation speed would be faster. This was the first time Hua Xiaozhen was stunned by young Master Qiao's ferocity. Though it pained her, she didn't stop Qin Feng. The moon outside grew deeper and higher. Hua Xiaozhen gradually felt less pain. She looked at young Master Qiao's love for her and felt waves of joy in her heart. Bang bang bang. During this battle, Hua Xiaozhen's body made loud sounds. Qin Feng was deeply shocked by the power of the yin-yang harmony balance. It could cultivate and break through on its own during a fierce battle. Moreover, its cultivation speed was dozens of times faster than cultivating alone. Young Master Qiao, what's wrong? Qin Feng suddenly stopped. Hua Xiaozhen became inexplicably nervous. She hugged Qin Feng's neck tightly, thinking that Qin Feng suddenly didn't like her. Xiaozhen, hurry and put on your clothes. There's an enemy coming, Qin Feng warned Hua Xiaozhen. He had already put on his clothes and jumped off the bed. After a while, Hua Xiaozhen didn't move. Instead, she said weakly, young Master Qiao, I feel dizzy. When Qin Feng turned around, he saw Hua Xiaozhen fainted on the bed. At this time, the sound of footsteps came closer. Someone was already at the door. He Chun, how's the situation? A familiar voice rang out. Qin Feng quickly remembered that it was Lei Shan from the Science and Technology Museum. Don't worry, young Master Lei. I've already lit up the sleeping gas. I'm afraid those two fellas have already fainted. He Chun sounded excited. Qin Feng understood, and his heart burned with rage. However, he didn't immediately attack. Instead, he quickly ran to the bedside and helped Hua Xiaozhen put on her clothes. Bang! Just as he finished putting on Hua Xiaozhen's clothes, the door was kicked open and more than 10 black shadows flew in. He Chun Chong was at the forefront and had already arrived at the bedside. Dojo Master Lei, I'll leave the one with the surname Qiao to you. How about giving me his female servant? He Chun had been fantasizing about pushing Hua Xiaozhen down the whole night. At this time, she couldn't help but feel her way to the bed. He didn't feel anything, but he saw a flash of fire in the dark night. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain on his wrist. Ah! Where's my hand? Where are my hands? He Chun subconsciously looked at his wrist and was so shocked that his eyeballs almost popped out. His hands fell to the ground, but no blood flowed out. His wrist looked like it had been burned by fire. It was charred black and emitted a foul smell. Not good, the one with the surname Qiao hasn't fainted. Everyone, be careful. Lei Wanzhong suddenly screamed and ran out the door. The room was in chaos. Some people ran out, but others stood guard at the door, afraid that Qin Feng would escape. He Chun realized that Qin Feng wasn't unconscious and broke out in a cold sweat. He raised his head and saw Qin Feng's demonic face. How did you, whoosh? The wind howled again. Before He Chun could finish, his head had already flown to the door. Qin Feng didn't even bother to look at He Chun's corpse. His gaze swept around the dark room. You're all from the Science and Technology Museum. I advise you to get out of here if you want to live. The room was surrounded by more than 20 people. These were the Science and Technology Museum's guards. As for Lei Wanzhong and Lei Shan, they had already run out of the room. They hadn't even reached stage 1 true qi, so how could they be Qin Feng's match? The guards didn't leave. Someone laughed coldly. Ha! Who are you trying to scare, brat? You're just one person and you want to threaten us. Hurry up and hand over all your spirit stones and cultivation resources, and I'll leave your corpse intact. The guard relied on his numbers and didn't put Qin Feng in his eyes at all. However, just as he finished speaking, there was a flash of light in the dark room. The scene was extremely strange, like a will-o'-the-wisp floating in a graveyard. However, this flame blade was much stronger than the ghost fire. The room suddenly emitted a bloody and burnt smell. By the time the rest of the people realized that something was wrong with the guard, he had already been dead for dozens of seconds. Ah! Little Black is dead. This brat's martial skill is a bit strange. Everyone be careful. Don't talk nonsense with him. He dared to kill people from our Science and Technology Museum. Everyone, let's attack together, the group of guards suddenly exploded. This group of people were all at stage 4 true qi and above, and there were 3 stage 6 true qi experts. They didn't know Qin Feng's realm at all. They thought that their formation was enough to kill Qin Feng. The first to rush out were the 3 stage 6 true qi experts. They attacked Qin Feng from 3 directions, and their first move was a killing move. Suddenly, a strong wind blew in the room, and the saber lights and sword shadows were filled with killing intent. Just as the sword lights were about to pierce Qin Feng's chest, a violent airflow exploded from his body, and a 100-meter-long golden saber qi descended from the sky, instantly splitting the space in front of Qin Feng into 2. Rumble. The golden phoenix landed on the ground, and a deep gully extended from the inside of the room to the courtyard. Lei Wanzhong and the others, who were guarding outside, cried out in fear. The 3 experts that rushed towards Qin Feng had long since exploded into pieces. The huge movement shook the house to the point of collapsing. Hua Xiaozhen was startled awake. She didn't know what realm she had stepped into, but with a light leap, she crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and was already standing beside Qin Feng. Young Master Qiao, what's going on? Qin Feng didn't answer. The 20 or so true qi experts in front of him were stunned and didn't dare to move. Everyone was shocked. They saw 3 stage 6 true qi experts die at Qin Feng's hands. They couldn't even block a single attack from him. Some people had already started to run away. In the end, all the guards in the room abandoned their soldiers and ran. Lei Wanzhong and the others stood stupidly outside the door, not knowing what was going on. Lei Shan hurriedly grabbed one of them and yelled, "What are you doing? Go and capture that Chao guy." The captured bodyguard was only at the 5th layer of true qi. After seeing Qin Feng kill 3 experts of the 6th layer with 1 slash, how could he still have the guts to capture Qin Feng? Young Master Lei, you guys should run too. That guy is at least at the 6th layer of true qi, we can't beat him. Lei Shan and the others were stunned. When they regained their senses, they were so scared that their legs were trembling. Dad, what do we do now? Lei Wanzhong's eyebrows knitted together. Before he could make a decision, a black shadow landed in the courtyard. You guys don't need to run anymore. Even if you want to run, you won't be able to. Qin Feng's roar was like thunder. A golden light fell from the night sky, and a dozen of the people who were running fell. They were all Stage 4 and Stage 5 True Qi experts. Lei Shan was so scared that his whole body trembled. Lei Wanzhong's eyes also flashed with a trace of nervousness, but he didn't seem to have any intention of running. It seemed that he was still hiding some trump card. We're all going to die anyway. Let's fight it out with him. The escaping guards all stopped and pounced towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't put these ants in his eyes at all. But before he could make a move, a beautiful figure landed in front of him. Young Master Qiao, run quickly. I'll help you hold them off. Smelly woman, who do you think you are? I'll cut you down with one strike. A few guards leaped into the air, and the long blades in their hands were about to fall. They were afraid of Qin Feng, but how could they be afraid of a weak girl like Hua Xiaojun? Rumble. A loud sound exploded in the air, but it wasn't Qin Feng's attack. Hua Xiaojun didn't know how to fight at all. She just randomly slapped the air, but the people in the air were sent flying. Hua Xiaojun was stunned for a moment, and looked at her hands in disbelief. Qin Feng was also shocked. He had only dual cultivated with Hua Xiaojun for half a night, and this girl had actually broken through to Stage 3 True Qi. Qin Feng also discovered the power of the heaven and earth yin-yang harmony balance. Although Hua Xiaojun was at Stage 3 True Qi, the True Qi when she exploded was as strong as a Stage 4 True Qi. Plus, her attack was too sudden, and the guards underestimated her, so they were defeated and sent flying. Young Master Qiao, hurry up and leave. Hua Xiaojun also realized that she had hit the target by mistake, and shouted at Qin Feng again. Qin Feng was speechless. The people who should be running now were the people from the Science and Technology Museum. Why was he running? Xiaojun, catch this sword. Qin Feng waved his hand, and a purple long sword flew out of the night. Hua Xiaojun caught the purple cloud sword without thinking. It was her first time holding a sword in her life, but she wasn't afraid. Her beautiful eyes stared at the simple and narrow spirit sword, and she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Whoosh! A few more black shadows attacked, and Hua Xiaojun stabbed her sword without hesitation. She had never cultivated a secret sword technique, and she attacked purely by feeling. However, her body was shrouded in a purple mist, and in front of her, there was a whistling gale. Dozens of purple sword rays soared into the sky. Bang bang bang. 3 Stage 4 True Qi guards fell to the ground, and 2 Stage 5 True Qi experts were repelled. The more Hua Xiaojun fought, the more excited she became. She wielded the purple cloud sword with ease, as if she was going to create her own sword technique. Wow! Young Master Qiao, it turns out that fighting is so fun. What if I accidentally kill someone? Hua Xiaojun's excited voice sounded. It's fine, you can just kill them like dogs. Qin Feng's words made the guards so angry that they almost vomited blood, but no one dared to take the initiative to attack. They couldn't figure out Qin Feng's realm, and now they realized that even a servant girl under him could suppress the crowd. You bunch of bad guys, who told you to bully young Master Qiao? I'm going to teach you a lesson. Hua Xiaojun became strong, and it was Qin Feng's first time seeing her so fierce. Chapter 14:10. Who are you? Hua Xiaojun had already noticed the abnormality and suddenly leaped into the air. Her current skills were not to be underestimated. The purple cloud sword created a gust of wind in the night sky. However, a ball of fire flashed by and carried Hua Xiaojun hundreds of meters away. Boom! A loud sound exploded in the courtyard. The palm wind that was about to land on Hua Xiaojun missed and fell to the ground, creating a huge pit in the courtyard. Hua Xiaojun hugged the man's waist tightly. She didn't need to see his face to know that it was Qin Feng. Not long ago, the two of them had fought in the house. Hua Xiaojun had already deeply remembered Qin Feng's smell. Young Master Qiao, there are many experts here. Let's run. Hua Xiaojun looked nervous. Qin Feng's eyes were bloodshot. He stood on a roof with Hua Xiaojun in his arms and looked down at the crowd in the courtyard. If he hadn't acted in time, Hua Xiaojun would have been blown to pieces. How could Qin Feng let these guys off so easily? Don't leave yet. Wait until I finish avenging you. Qin Feng's voice was resolute. Hua Xiaojun was moved, but she hugged Qin Feng's arm tightly and said, "Young Master Qiao, this lowly servant's life is worthless. Young Master Qiao, don't avenge me. Let's run." Qin Feng glared at Hua Xiaojun. "Don't say that in the future. Tonight, you became my woman. In the future, your status will be noble. How can your life be worthless?" Hua Xiaojun was stunned. She didn't say the words that were at the tip of her tongue. After fighting with Qin Feng, she had been knocked out by the sleeping gas. After waking up, she had started fighting with the guards of the Science and Technology Museum. Only now did she remember what had happened. When she thought of Qin Feng's craziness and love for her, Hua Xiaojun was indescribably excited. Dozens of people landed in the courtyard, and there were many black figures rushing over from all directions. The old man who had attacked Hua Xiaojun looked up into the sky. It was where Qin Feng was. "You're Qiao Feng." Qin Feng was also staring at the old man. He wore a black robe with 3 stars carved on his chest. This person's true qi was dense, and Qin Feng couldn't tell his realm in a short time. "And who are you?" Qin Feng's voice was cold. "I am 3-Star Mountain's elder Gubu. I heard from my disciple that a disciple from the spiritual immortal sect has come to this year's Science and Technology exhibition. He even has many technological products from the outside world on him, so I specially came to take a look." Gubu had a righteous expression on his face. Qin Feng coldly laughed and said, "What's the point of saying so much nonsense? You want to steal my technological products, right?" Gubu's expression changed, but he quickly calmed down. "Young hero Qiao, if you're smart, come with me. I can guarantee your safety." This time, there was no need for Qin Feng to speak. Immediately, a wave of complaints came from the courtyard. "Gubu, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to take that kid away and keep his treasures for yourself?" An old man clad in a white robe glared at Hua Tian. He was the elder of the 10-step sect, Hua Tian. "Many Holy Gate elders are gathered here today. I believe everyone has the same goal. What do you think we should do?" Many people were shocked when they saw this. They had not expected that the elder of the Bailey sect, Long Qing, would also come. "In my opinion, we should capture this Qiao guy together and split the treasures equally," an old man clad in green with a picture of 2 peaks carved on his chest suggested. Elder Wei Zheng of the Twin Peaks suggestion is not bad. I agree with him. Gubu saw that he had almost become the target of public anger and immediately tried to build a good relationship with them. The other elders fell into deep thought. In the end, they tacitly agreed with Wei Zheng of the Twin Peaks suggestion. The arrival of this group of Holy Gate elders completely messed up the situation. They minded their own business and discussed how to deal with Qin Feng. The people from the Science and Technology Hall were ignored. Qin Feng had already figured out the situation. Because he had displayed too many technological products in the Science and Technology Hall in the afternoon, he had attracted the attention of the Science and Technology Hall and the various Holy Gates. Actually, Qin Feng had already thought of this. However, when he saw that the people participating in the Science and Technology Hall were all ordinary Holy Gate disciples, and their abilities were generally around the 5th stage of vital energy, Qin Feng did not take them seriously. Qin Feng had planned to leave this place with Hua Xiaojun the next morning, but he did not expect that the elders of the various holy gates would appear in the middle of the night. The Holy Gate disciples who came tonight were all from the holy gates in the cities near Fire Beacon City. After they heard the reports from their disciples, they rushed here overnight to capture Qin Feng. In front of the group of elders, the guards from the Science and Technology Hall could not even withstand a single blow. The guards were so scared that they wanted to escape. However, Lei Wanzhong did not express his opinion, and they did not know what he was planning. All right. Since everyone agrees with Elder Wei Zhang's suggestion, let's capture that brat first, Poison Sect Elder Bai Bei said. Just as he finished speaking, a black shadow shot toward Qin Feng. It turned out that Gubu of the trio Star Mountain had already made his move. Humph. He's just an ant. Capturing him is not as easy as taking something out of my pocket. In just a breath's time, Gubu traversed a distance of several dozen meters and arrived above Qin Feng's head. He slammed his hand down and condensed a gust of wind in the dark night. Hua Xiaojun had already felt a strong sense of danger, and she was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat. Qin Feng, on the other hand, stood motionless on the roof. The moment Gubu made his move, he had already figured out this person's strength. Rumble. Just as the gust of wind landed on the ground, Qin Feng pierced through the air. His action was a little strange, and even Gubu was stunned. Qin Feng did not have a weapon in his hand, so that stab was a little funny. However, in the next moment, the smile on Gubu's face suddenly froze. A red spear appeared out of nowhere, and in an instant, thousands of sharp spear lights were released. Stab, stab, stab. The gust of wind was easily pierced through by the spear lights like a piece of tofu. Subsequently, it pierced through Gubu's body, and his body began to split open. Gubu had yet to regain his senses until the moment of the explosion. Rumble. In the dark night, a loud sound reverberated through the air, and flesh and blood filled the air. Everyone in the courtyard was stunned by this scene. Many people even rubbed their eyes a few times, but the reality in front of them did not change. That was a Stage 7 True Qi Realm expert, and he was actually blasted into pieces by the opponent's spear. Even Hua Xiaojun was scared silly. In the past, she did not cultivate, so she did not understand these things. Now that she was a Stage 3 True Qi Realm expert, she could clearly feel Gubu's strength, and it gave her a deep sense of despair. Yet, such a powerful existence could not withstand the might of young Master Chao's spear. Xiaojun, protect yourself. If necessary, escape first. Qin Feng's expression was incomparably solemn. He knew that the spear meant the start of a great battle. Moreover, he was only at Stage 6 True Qi Realm. At most, he could fight one-on-one with a Stage 7 True Qi Realm expert. The reason why he was able to kill Gubu with one spear was because Gubu had underestimated him. Secondly, that spear contained all of Qin Feng's true qi. That was currently his most powerful sure-kill attack, so it was naturally extremely powerful. However, Qin Feng could not withstand this kind of attack too many times. Moreover, after using it once, the other elders would also be on guard. It was clearly impossible for him to kill the other experts with one spear. Before Hua Xiaojun could understand the meaning of Qin Feng's words, and the elders in the courtyard were still gasping in shock, Qin Feng had already flown over and slashed at the air. Rumble. In an instant, a golden light flashed, as if it was about to illuminate the night sky. The several hundred-meter-long blade qi landed on the ground, and the entire courtyard was split into two. The three guards of the Science and Technology Museum could not dodge in time and were blasted into pieces. However, dozens of black shadows flickered and disappeared. In just a moment, the originally crowded open space was completely empty. "Stinking brat, let this old man fight you." A furious roar came from behind Qin Feng. The voice was still 100 meters away, but a gust of wind was already right in front of him. Elder Hua Tian, who had mastered 10 steps, dashed on the ground. His speed was so fast that it left people speechless. By the time Qin Feng realized the danger, his opponent's fist had already landed. Rumble. When the two fists collided, Qin Feng used the special Thunder Tiger flying sword fist without hesitation. Several sword lights streaked across the sky, and the fist wind was mixed with the furious roar of a ferocious tiger. This fist was violent and turbulent, but it did not send Hua Tian flying. He dodged to the side, and the second fist landed on Qin Feng's chest. Bang! Qin Feng was sent flying by the violent airflow. While he was still floating in the air, another black shadow approached him. It was Elder Wei Jing of the Twin Peaks. This brat is only a so-so. Gubu has underestimated him. Wei Jing let out a long sigh and waved 2 of his fingers. Instantly, hundreds of sword lights filled the sky like a dazzling display of fireworks. The disciples hiding in the surroundings exclaimed in surprise. These Holy Gate elders rarely made a move. Today, they had all benefited from Qin Feng's brilliance, and their horizons had been broadened. Only Hua Xiaozhen shouted anxiously. She saw the sword lights enveloping Qin Feng, but before she could rush over to help, she saw a sudden burst of golden light in the night sky. A domineering and mighty battle armor appeared on Qin Feng's body. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of sword lights landed on Qin Feng's body, and a deafening explosion sounded. Under such a fierce attack, everyone believed that Qin Feng would either die or be half-crippled. However, after being struck to the ground, he suddenly jumped up as if nothing had happened to him. Young Master Qiao, are you all right? Hua Xiaozhen cried. Qin Feng stood on the eaves of another house. He stood ramrod straight as if a divine soldier had descended from the heavens. The true energy in his body was a little chaotic. When he saw 3 black shadows shooting toward him, he hurriedly communicated with the will of the Golden Rock inside the Golden Rock celestial armor. Rumble. Several fiery lights descended from the sky. When they got closer, they realized that they were 3 giant golden rocks. The golden rocks roared angrily at the sky. Every roar they gave was earth-shattering. Before long Qin and the other 2 could touch Qin Feng's body, they had already retreated. Elder Bai Bei of the Poison Sect was the weakest among them. He was only at the 6th stage of true energy. By the time he reacted, it was already too late for him to retreat. Not good, those golden rocks are fake. Elder Wei Jing of the Twin Peaks had already noticed something fishy. Bai Bei was surrounded by the golden rocks. He only realized something was wrong when his palm landed on one of the golden rocks. The golden rocks disappeared, but a violent gust of wind exploded and sent Bai Bei crashing to the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Rumble. Deafening explosions sounded incessantly in the surroundings. From the moment Qin Feng took the initiative to strike to the moment the elders were forced to retreat, only a few dozen seconds had passed. However, too many things had happened in these few dozen seconds. Both sides had exchanged more than 100 blows. Qin Feng had killed Gubu, who was at the 7th stage of true energy, with a single spear strike, and severely injured the Poison Sect's elder, Bai Bei. This kid has some skills, and he has a lot of treasures on him. Everyone, don't fight him head-on. Let's capture his woman first. Chapter 14:11. Qin Feng wasn't too worried about being surrounded by more than a dozen Holy Gate elders. Even if he couldn't beat them, he could still escape. However, he was worried about Hua Xiaozhen's safety. He didn't expect them to really attack her. Xiaozhen, run. Qin Feng stood on a building 100 meters away, but he was powerless. Hua Xiaojun was also aware of the danger, but her strength was still too low. Before she could move, the entire house under her feet suddenly collapsed. Rumble. Hua Xiaojun suddenly disappeared in a cloud of dust, and when she reappeared, she was struggling with all her might to resist. Why did you capture me? Let me go. The elder of the 10 tracks, Hua Tian, was holding Hua Xiaojun. He didn't care about Hua Xiaojun's resistance at all. He looked at Qin Feng in the dark sky and said, Xiao, if you don't want this woman to die in front of you, surrender immediately. Young Master Qiao, don't worry about this lowly servant. Please leave. Hua Xiaojun was almost begging. Hua Tian was really afraid that Qin Feng would escape. He slapped Hua Xiaojun's face, leaving 5 bright red fingerprints. You lowly servant, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll kill you. Hua Xiaojun gritted her teeth and didn't cry out in pain at all. She stubbornly raised her head and looked at Qin Feng's direction in the pitch-black night. She yelled, Young Master Qiao, hurry and leave. Don't worry about Xiaojun. Xiaojun is begging you. Seeing that Hua Xiaojun was disobedient, Hua Tian flew into a rage and sent out 2 more slaps. Fortunately, Hua Xiaojun had broken through to the 3rd stage of true qi tonight. Otherwise, she would have been killed by Hua Tian's fierce slaps. Elder Hua, that's enough. Don't kill that woman. If you do, you won't be able to threaten Qiao. Elder Wei Zheng of Twin Peaks tried to persuade Hua Tian. As soon as he finished speaking, an angry roar came from the distance. It was as if an ancient beast had awakened. 10 steps Elder Hua Tian, I'll take your dog head tonight. Rumble. A beam of golden light descended from the sky, as if splitting the night sky in half. When the violent aura surged over, the Holy Gate's disciples hiding in the surroundings fled in panic. Wei Zheng and the others' expressions changed, and they turned into black shadows and disappeared from the spot. In just a few breaths' time, the several hundred meters long golden blade qi descended, raising a building to the ground. Qiao, you still dare to make a move? Do you really want to see your men die in my hands? Hua Tian's furious roars echoed out. However, his voice was erratic, and it was obvious that he was running at full speed. As the saber descended, the night sky gradually quieted down. In this pitch-black night, Wei Zheng and the others were unable to lock onto Qin Feng's location for a while. These elders changed their positions under the cover of the buildings, constantly searching for Qin Feng's aura. However, they discovered that Qin Feng's speed was faster than theirs. It was simply unimaginable. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly rose, causing Hua Tian's expression to flicker. He looked back and discovered that Qin Feng was hovering behind him, standing on a pair of flames. Brat, don't act recklessly. I can take this woman's life at any time. Hua Tian stopped abruptly. With one hand on Hua Xiaojun's neck, he held the sword in his other hand and stared at Qin Feng vigilantly. Hua Xiaojun's face turned purple, and Qin Feng's eyes burned with rage. Young Master Qiao, run. Even at this moment, Hua Xiaojun was still concerned about Qin Feng's safety. She had never considered her own life. Qin Feng had already landed on the ground. He threw the golden phoenix in his hand a dozen meters in front of him and said, As long as you let my woman go, I can give you all my treasures. Qin Feng's words stunned Hua Xiaojun. When she heard young Master Qiao call her woman, she was so happy that she forgot about the dangerous situation they were in. Hua Tian immediately became excited, and he hurriedly said, Quick, give me all your treasures, and I promise to let your woman go. As soon as he finished speaking, a few voices came from afar. Elder Hua, where are you? Why is there no sound? Hua Tian, that woman is still in your hands, right? Don't kill her. If anyone finds Qiao Feng, report to the others immediately. the elders were all looking for Qin Fen, but Hua Tian shouted, "I don't see anyone with the surname Qiao. That woman is with me. Let's keep looking." Qin Fen sneered inwardly. He realized that Hua Tian was really evil and wanted to take all his treasures, which was exactly what Qin Fen wanted. "Hua Tian, let's go deeper into the alley. I'll give you all my treasures." As Qin Fen spoke, he ran into a hidden alley. Hua Tian hurriedly shouted, "Brat, don't try to play tricks. You can give them to me here." "Of course I don't care. It's just that I have too many treasures, and I can't give them all in a short time. When the other elders find me, you can share them with them," Qin Fen said indifferently. Hua Tian's expression changed slightly. After a moment of silence, he suddenly caught up with Qin Fen and said, "Hurry up, don't waste my time." The two of them ran into the alley one after another. Seeing that there was no one around, Qin Fen stopped. "Brat, I'm warning you, don't try to play tricks. Otherwise, you'll have to collect your woman's corpse." Hua Tian's expression was ferocious. Hua Xiaozhen hadn't spoken for a long time. She realized that Qin Fen would never leave her behind, so she had been secretly looking for an opportunity to escape. "Don't worry. I have a lot of treasures. I can give you a few," Qin Fen said, waving his hand. Hua Tian was so scared that he took a few steps back, thinking that Qin Fen was going to sneak attack him. However, after waiting for a while, he saw that nothing had happened. Instead, a fiery long spear appeared on the ground. "What kind of treasure is this, Qiao? Don't try to fool me. I heard from my disciples that you have a lot of high-tech products from the outside world and tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. Give them all to me." Hua Tian had indeed received the report from his disciples and rushed here overnight. Qin Fen cursed himself inwardly for being careless. "Elder Hua, you really don't know what's good for you. Do you know what grade that spiritual weapon on the ground is?" Hua Tian said disdainfully, "Humph. Who do you think I am? Do you know what kind of spiritual weapons I use? They're all purple grade. I even have a rare pink grade spiritual weapon. This broken thing of yours." Qin Fen sneered and interrupted him, "It's a scarlet demon equipment. TSK. It's just a scarlet demon." Hua Tian's expression suddenly changed. He stared at Qin Fen as if he had seen a ghost and yelled, "What did you say? This is a scarlet demon equipment. Do you think I'm stupid? There are only a few scarlet demon equipment in the entire divine land." Qin Fen shook his head indifferently and said, "Believe it or not, it's up to you. I've already thrown the treasure on the ground. It's fine if you don't want it." Seeing that Qin Fen didn't seem to be joking, Hua Tian looked at the scarlet demon storm spear on the ground again. His eyes instantly lit up. The spear was emitting waves of dense spirit energy. Thinking back to when Gubu had died, the red spear light had exploded in the night sky. Could it be that this spear had killed him? Seeing the slight change in Hua Tian's expression, Qin Fen continued, "I've only just reached the 6th stage of true qi, but I was able to kill Gubu, who was at the 7th stage of true qi, with a single spear strike. It was all because of this scarlet demon storm spear." Hua Tian was completely energized, and he loosened his grip on Hua Xiaozhen's hand. Hua Xiaozhen's eyes lit up as she found an opportunity to escape. However, when she saw Qin Fen secretly shake his head at her, she temporarily gave up on the idea of escaping. "You brat, back off." Hua Tian was already prepared to pick up the spear. Qin Fen leaped to a dead end of the alley a dozen or so meters away. Hua Tian suddenly leaped to where the scarlet demon storm spear was. He didn't even have time to care about Hua Xiaozhen. "Xiaozhen, run!" Qin Fen yelled. Hua Tian's expression changed drastically as he grabbed the spear and thrust it at Qin Fen. How dare you trick me? Die! Hua Tian was stunned the moment he thrust the spear. The scene of spear radiance shooting out in all directions didn't appear. When he subconsciously looked down at his hand, the sharp spear had already disappeared. The originally quiet alley was suddenly filled with gales, and hundreds of sword radiances descended from the sky. Hua Tian couldn't care less about Qin Fen and Hua Xiaojun. He turned around and slapped his palms towards the sky, blocking the surging sword radiances in midair. However, before he could retract his aura, a golden light descended from the sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Rumble! You lowly Taoists dare to fight against the Lord. Watch my blade! The golden-haired Lion King swung his saber and landed on the ground, splitting the narrow alley into two. Following him was a young man in a green robe. He held two fingers together to form a sword, and wherever he pointed, sword radiance would soar into the sky, bang bang bang. In order to save Hua Xiaojun, Qin Fen secretly released the two heroes. One of them was at the 5th stage of true qi, while the other was at the 6th stage of true qi. Under their fierce attacks, even Hua Tian couldn't handle it. You're just a few ants, and you want to fight me? You're overestimating yourselves. Hua Tian was completely enraged. The true qi in his body suddenly surged, and he actually ignored the golden-haired Lion King's saber strike. He forcefully blocked it with his fist, and even knocked the golden-haired Lion King away. Duan Yu was enraged. He attacked with both hands, and the sword radiance instantly became denser, forming a wall of swords that rapidly fell to the ground. Rumble! The two rows of abandoned buildings in the alley instantly collapsed, and Hua Tian's body was cut dozens of times by the sword radiance. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in wounds. He had long lost the vigor of an elder. Brat, your swordsmanship isn't bad, but it's a pity that your realm is too low. I can't let you live. Even though Hua Tian's sword strikes were so powerful, he still couldn't defeat Hua Tian. He leaped towards Duan Yu and punched out in midair. The entire sky seemed to tremble, and before Duan Yu had a chance to dodge, he was already knocked down to the ground by the force of the punch. Hua Tian was feeling pleased with himself for knocking down two experts in a row, but he felt a gust of wind behind him, as if it wanted to crush his body into pieces. Stab, stab, stab. Qin Fen stood on the ground with a spear in his hand, and pierced the air with his spear. Instantly, thousands of spear radiance condensed and shot into the sky. Chapter 14:12. Rumble. Hua Tian's body exploded in the sky like fireworks. The elders who were looking for Qin Fen in the distance were stunned and looked at the flames in the sky. That kid is 1 kilometer southwest. Why did they fight? Did someone find Xiao but didn't report it? Not good, that old fart Hua Tian is missing. He must have taken that woman to threaten Xiao Feng alone. The group of elders suddenly realized the situation, and hastily flew towards the explosion site. However, they were wrong. They thought that Hua Tian had already obtained the treasures and killed Qin Fen and Hua Xiaojun. Young Master Qiao, as soon as Hua Tian died, Hua Xiaojun ran toward Qin Fen with tears streaming down her face. However, before she could reach Qin Fen, a red beam of light cut through the night sky. Hua Xiaojun didn't notice that Qin Fen's expression had changed drastically. He pushed Hua Xiaojun away and used his back to block the incoming laser beam. Rumble. The red beam of light was only as thick as a thumb, but it exploded with an earth-shattering aura. The elders who were rushing toward Qin Fen stopped abruptly and didn't dare to approach. Qin Fen was sent flying dozens of meters away and lay in a huge crater. Hua Xiaojun was so scared that she collapsed to the ground. She kept muttering young Master Qiao's name, but she didn't even have the courage to crawl over to check. A few beams of golden light shot out from the crater. Qin Fen was wearing the golden rock celestial armor, but the golden light on it was much dimmer. Even this great sage gold-grade spiritual armor couldn't withstand the impact of the laser beam. If it wasn't for the fact that the spiritual armor blocked most of the attack, Qin Fen would have been killed by the laser beam. Ha! The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Dad! That was a brilliant move of yours. A series of footsteps came from a secluded alley. An old man and a young girl came to the edge of the crater. Hua Xiaojun looked at the two in a daze. She didn't expect to see them here. It was Lei Wanzhong and Lei Shan from the Science and Technology Museum. What do you want? Don't go near young Master Qiao. Hua Xiaojun quickly came to her senses and grabbed her violet sunset sword. Lei Shan nervously took 2 steps back. The scene of Hua Xiaojun single-handedly defeating the many guards of the Science and Technology Museum was still vivid in his mind. However, Lei Wanzhong acted as if he couldn't see the long sword in Hua Xiaojun's hand. He grabbed a dazzling laser gun and pointed it at the center of her eyebrows. Smelly woman, I advise you not to move recklessly. The high-tech laser gun in your father's hand can take your life at any time. Even a true Qi level 6 expert would not be able to withstand a single hit, Lei Wanzhong said coldly. Hua Xiaojun's heart tightened. She felt like she was being stared at by a venomous snake. She couldn't help but take 2 steps back and didn't dare to act recklessly for a while. Seeing that Hua Xiaojun was frightened, Lei Wanzhong gave Lei Shan a look, and Lei Shan immediately jumped into the deep pit. What do you want? Don't touch young Master Qiao. Hua Xiaojun anxiously watched from the ground. She couldn't see the situation in the deep pit. Lei Wanzhong's gun was still pointed at the center of Hua Xiaojun's eyebrows, and there was even a red aiming point swaying back and forth between Hua Xiaojun's eyebrows. Don't talk nonsense. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you first. Lei Wanzhong's attitude was tyrannical. Hua Xiaojun anxiously stomped her feet. Seeing that Lei Shan had jumped in for almost half a minute, Hua Xiaojun couldn't wait any longer. She suddenly brandished her sword and stabbed. Xiaojun, don't act recklessly. I am fine. The sword hovered in front of Lei Wanzhong's throat. If Qin Feng had yelled a little later, Lei Wanzhong's finger would have already pulled the trigger. In an instant, the laser bullet would have blown Hua Xiaojun into pieces. Hua Xiaojun hurriedly ran to the edge of the deep pit and saw Qin Feng being dragged up by Lei Shan. Sob, young Master Qiao, are you okay? Seeing Qin Feng covered in wounds and blood, Hua Xiaojun couldn't help but cry. She knew that Qin Feng was injured because he saved her. She felt so guilty that she wanted to kill herself. Qin Feng had already returned to the surface, and Hua Xiaojun was sitting next to him. Lei Wanzhong and Lei Shan each held a laser gun, aiming at their heads. Surnamed Xiao, you dare to go against the Science and Technology Hall. This is your fate. Lei Wanzhong was furious when he saw Qin Feng. The Science and Technology exhibition yesterday was ruined by Qin Feng. The true Qi in Qin Feng's body was in a mess. He wanted to buy as much time as possible to recover his blood. He looked at the laser gun in Lei Wanzhong's hand with suspicion. This laser gun was clearly not a product of China's Science and Technology Hall. Could it be a battle equipment produced by the system? If that was the case, then Lei Wanzhong was the owner of the system. Dad, don't talk nonsense with that brat. When those Holy Gate elders arrive, there will be big trouble. Just make him hand over all his treasures. Lei Shan was clearly nervous. He had never cultivated before, so he was very worried that the Holy Gate elders would chase after him. Lei Wanzhong was much calmer. He glared at Qin Feng and said, "Hurry up and hand over all the spirit stones and cultivation resources you obtained from the Science and Technology exhibition." Those originally belonged to the Science and Technology Hall. Did you eat a bear's heart and a leopard's gall? How dare you snatch business from the Science and Technology Hall? After reprimanding Qin Feng, Lei Wanzhong suddenly changed the topic. Oh right, why do you have so many technological products? Don't tell me that you brought those things from the outside world. I've already studied your technological products, and the outside world has not reached such an advanced level. Lei Wanzhong was already suspicious of Qin Feng. Qin Feng asked in return, Hall Master Lei, where did you get that laser gun in your hand? It's really powerful. It's not a technological product from the outside world, right? Lei Wanzhong's expression changed, and his old eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. Stop talking nonsense. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't hand over all your treasures, I'll send the two of you to heaven. 2 laser guns were aimed at Qin Feng and Hua Xiaozhen. Hua Xiaozhen sensed that death was coming, but she was no longer as afraid. She secretly grabbed Qin Feng's hand and smiled sweetly at him. Qin Feng knew that this lass was prepared to die with him. A warm feeling surged in his heart. Even if it was for Hua Xiaozhen's survival, Qin Feng couldn't die like this. All right, I'll give you all my treasures. Qin Feng waved his hand, and over 80,000 spiritual stones fell out of the emerald spirit ring. Immediately, a mountain of spiritual stones was piled up in the alley. Those 80,000 spiritual stones were all high-grade spiritual stones, and they were rich in spiritual weapons. When they were stacked together, the surrounding air changed dramatically. Holy crap! What's going on over there? Such rich spiritual energy. This is incredible. The density of spiritual energy here is even higher than in the base of our twin peaks. Everyone, hurry up. Hua Tian must have snatched that Chao Gai's treasure. We can't let him keep it all to himself. The group of elders quickened their pace, turning into black shadows that shuttled through the eaves and walls under the night sky. When over 80,000 spiritual stones appeared, Lei Wanzhong and Lei Shan were stunned. When Lei Shan came back to his senses, he forgot to continue aiming at Hua Xiaozhen. He threw away his gun and ran to collect the spiritual stones excitedly. Lei Wanzhong was also very excited, but he was always on guard against Qin Feng's actions. Swoosh! A wind whistled through the night sky. However, it was so subtle that it didn't attract anyone's attention. Hua Xiaozhen's expression changed dramatically. She covered her mouth to prevent herself from screaming. However, her movement attracted Lei Wanzhong's attention. He quickly turned his head to take a look, and his old eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Swish! 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 A streak of pink light flashed across the night sky. It was as fast as a shooting star. While Lei Wanzhong was distracted, the starry sky flying sword was already less than 10 meters away from him. This distance could be covered in the blink of an eye. Rumble. Without thinking, Lei Wanzhong raised his gun and fired. A red laser beam soared into the sky, and unexpectedly hit the flying sword. It was as if a heavenly thunder had exploded in the sky. The flying sword's light dimmed, and no one knew where it had landed. What's wrong, Dad? Lei Shan finally came to his senses. Lei Wanzhong quickly looked at the corner of the alley, and discovered that Qin Feng and Hua Xiaozhen were long gone. He then looked at the rooftops, and he jumped up in fright. Holy crap! What the hell is that? Lei Shan followed his dad's line of sight, and he was also shocked. A dazzling black fighter had appeared out of thin air on the rooftops. The propellers on top of the fighter were already spinning. Thud, thud, thud. A loud roar tore through the night sky. Lei Wanzhong and Lei Shan were dumbfounded. They had thought that the Science and Technology Museum was the place with the greatest technology in the Divine Continent. They did not expect Qin Feng to even have a fighter jet. But where did this fighter jet come from? Before the two of them could figure it out, dozens of black shadows flew across the night sky. Wei Zheng and the other Sacred Gate elders landed on the rooftops around the alley. They were also dumbfounded when they saw the black dragon fighter jets slowly rising into the air. Holy crap! What the hell is that? One of the elders from the Gate of Life and Death widened his eyes. It looks like a high-tech product from the outside world. Did Hua Tian really get his hands on it? This strange thing is the treasure he snatched from Chao Feng. Elder Long Qing of the Bailey sect said. The poison sects by Bei had been knocked unconscious by Qin Feng earlier, but he had already woken up. He looked at the black dragon fighter jet rising from the rooftops and cried out involuntarily, It's a fighter jet from the outside world. Our sect's Grand Elder managed to get his hands on one during last year's Science and Technology exhibition. I didn't expect Xiao Feng to have a fighter jet as well. Where did he stop earlier? When the crowd found out that it was a fighter jet from the outside world, they gasped in shock. The ordinary disciples of the various sects were especially dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen a fighter jet. How could this thing fly into the sky? In the alley, Lei Wanzhong and Lei Shan finally regained their senses. They realized that the people from the various sects were rushing over. Dad! Don't bother about that brat. We'll take the spirit stones and run. Where are the spirit stones? There was a mountain of spirit stones here. Why are they all gone? Lei Shan suddenly screamed halfway through his sentence. Lei Wanzhong also realized that the mountain of spirit stones had disappeared. He quickly realized that the spirit stones were just a trick by Xiao Feng to make him lower his guard. They must have been taken away by that brat, that Xiao Feng. How dare he trick me? Isn't it just a lousy fighter jet? Do you think I don't have one? Lei Wanzhong was so angry that he screamed. Ever since he came to the Divine Continent, no one had dared to trick him like this. Thud, thud, thud. Chapter 14-13. The black dragon mech was already in the air. Two laser guns extended from both sides of the mech. The red laser bullets were like raindrops, lighting up half the sky. The Holy Gate disciples on the ground were completely stunned. They couldn't even react to the laser bullets that were about to land on them. Only when a few of them were hit did they start screaming. "Aw! What the hell is that? It pierced through my arm. Not good. That old bastard Hua Tian took the treasure for himself. He even wants to kill us. Isn't it just a mech from the outside world? Does he think our martial arts training is for nothing? Everyone, let's attack together. Let's destroy that stupid thing first." The group of Holy Gate elders was enraged. More than a dozen black shadows flew towards the mech from all directions. Qin Feng was busy at the control panel. Hua Xiaozhen sat in the co-pilot's seat with a dumbfounded expression. Qin Feng said he would take her to the sky. She didn't expect that she would really go to the sky. Ah! Not good. There are so many enemies coming from below. Hua Xiaozhen wanted to look down, but she saw more than a dozen black shadows surrounding her and Qin Feng. Rumble. As soon as she finished speaking, a loud noise came from the bottom of the mech. No one knew who was attacking the black dragon mech from below. The force of the collision was so strong that the mech started to shake. It's over. How are we going to get down now? Hua Xiaozhen was extremely anxious when she saw the mech flying dozens of meters in the sky. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and slapped the button beside him. The sealed bottom cabin suddenly opened, giving Hua Xiaozhen a fright. Ha! What bullshit high-tech mech from the outside world. I can smash it with 3 slaps. The one who attacked the bottom of the cabin was an elder from the Gate of Life and Death. Seeing that the bottom of the cabin was wide open, he thought that he had smashed it, but the smile on his face suddenly froze. A huge object fell from the bottom of the cabin, directly smashing into his head. Rumble. It turned out to be a bomb. The Gate of Life and Death elder didn't understand what was going on. He was like a firework in the sky. Rumble. Huge explosions sounded continuously. The black dragon mech had already flown hundreds of meters in the sky. Hua Xiaojun looked at the scene of the explosion behind her and felt like she was dreaming. The elders who were chasing the black dragon mech stopped abruptly. Looking at the Gate of Life and Death elder who had been blown into pieces, everyone felt a sense of fear. Ta-ta-ta. The laser gun did not stop firing. Qin Feng piloted the black dragon mech and made a 180-degree turn, returning to the crowd. The red laser bullets were like raindrops, flying towards the crowd on the ground like locusts sweeping through crops. For a time, the Holy Gate's disciples were in chaos, and screams rose and fell. Many people had already abandoned their troops and fled. Young Master Qiao, is this the plane you were talking about? It can really fly. Hua Xiaojun was shocked by the power of the black dragon mech. Her eyes were shining. Qin Feng laughed as he piloted the fighter plane. Of course it's a plane that can fly. However, this isn't an ordinary plane. It's a fighter plane that can fire bullets to attack the enemy. Hua Xiaojun had already witnessed the powerful attack power of the black dragon mech. She watched Qin Feng operate the mech continuously. She felt that it was very cool, and her heart was filled with anticipation. Qiao, young Master Qiao, can I try? Hua Xiaojun pointed to the control panel and said. Qin Feng pulled her into his arms and sat her down. He said heroically, feel free to shoot. Blast those bastards down there to death. Qin Feng was really angered by the group of Holy Gate elders. At this moment, he did not care about the expensive ammunition of the black dragon mech. He had to teach these people a serious lesson. Hua Xiaojun was so excited that she danced with joy. However, she was not as carefree as Zhang Kuku. Even with Qin Feng's permission, Hua Xiaojun still pressed a few buttons carefully. Every time she pressed a button, she had to wait for a while. She did not dare to shoot randomly. Boom! The wings on both sides of the black dragon mech suddenly opened, and 2 tracking missiles flew out. Hua Xiaojun screamed in shock. The technology of the outside world was too domineering. The screams on the ground were continuous. When the tracking missiles flew down, a few Holy Gate disciples were so scared that they fell to the ground crying. Even Wei Zheng and the other elders did not dare to touch the missiles directly. They scuttled around like monkeys. Hua Xiaojun was having a lot of fun. She was even twisting in Qin Feng's arms when she was excited. Qin Feng was originally fighting with Hua Xiaojun when he was interrupted by Lei Wanzhong and the others. At this moment, he was in the mood again and took off Hua Xiaojun's clothes. Ah! Young Master Qiao, what are you doing? Hua Xiaojun was so scared that she covered her body. She did not dare to fly the mech anymore. Qin Feng touched her willowy waist and pressed her down domineeringly. I said that I would bring you to the sky. Not only this, but another kind of sky. After Hua Xiaojun understood what Qin Feng meant, she did not resist at all. This was the first time she felt that doing that kind of thing could be so exciting. Before she met Qin Feng, she would never have thought that she could do it in the sky. Ta, ta, ta. Rumble. As the two of them fought fiercely, the black dragon mech's firepower suddenly increased. The laser bullets did not stop, falling wave after wave like raindrops. Hua Xiaojun seemed to be pressing 2 buttons with both her hands. The tracking missiles and the airborne grenades were also fired continuously. It looked as if the sky was going to explode. Elder Wei Jing, that high-tech mech is really too powerful. Our disciples have suffered heavy casualties. Why don't we retreat for now? Many disciples could not take it anymore. Wei Jing and the other elders were so angry that they were glaring at them. They still did not know who the person in the black dragon mech was. Hua Tian, he is so shameless to take all the treasures for himself. He is planning to kill everyone. Elder Long Qing of the Bailey sect was so angry that he was glaring at them. Bai Bei shouted, "The mech outside needs ammunition to attack. That mech has been fighting for so long, it probably doesn't have much ammunition left. If we hold on a little longer, that Hua guy is going to die." The elders immediately felt hopeful. Wei Jing shouted, "Everyone, hold on. We will definitely take down that bastard Hua Tian tonight." The disciples who were about to escape had no choice but to continue holding on. They did not have the time to attack the black dragon mech. They were lucky to survive the rain of bullets. More than 10 elders flew around in the sky like black shadows. Even some of them were seriously injured. The battle between Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojun became more and more intense. Hua Xiaojun realized that she had pressed a button to fire. She shouted in an agitated voice, "Young Master Qiao, wait a moment. Let this lowly servant move her hand away." Qin Feng pressed down on Hua Xiaojun's shoulder, not letting her get up. "Hold her down and kill those bastards." Hua Xiaojun screamed in excitement. She no longer cared about wasting bullets. She was completely immersed in the joy that Qin Feng brought her. Under the bombardment, the row of buildings in the alley was reduced to rubble. The group of sacred sect disciples could not even find a place to hide. "Poison sect elder, something is wrong. Why does this mech have an endless supply of ammunition?" Wei Jing had already realized that something was wrong. His heart was bleeding as he looked at the disciples falling beside him. Bai Bei was also confused. He had seen the sect Grand Elder piloting a mech before. That mech's bullets could only last for 5 minutes at most. However, the black dragon mech had been firing for almost half an hour. "I think we should stop running. If we continue like this, we will die sooner or later. Why don't we just attack? It's just a mech from the outside world. Do you think it can trap us elders?" Bailey Sect's Long Qing shouted angrily. Wei Jing was also angry. His figure that was flying suddenly shot up into the sky. The long sword in his hand was already slashing towards the sky. "Kill them." Whoosh! The sword shot up into the sky and split open a hole in the dense rain of laser bullets. The pink sword light streaked across like a meteor and instantly exploded on the black dragon mech. The loud sound was like muffled thunder. The black dragon mech was knocked over. Hua Xiaojun, who was fighting in the cockpit, screamed in fear. Her heart was about to jump out of her throat. "Ah! Young Master Qiao, we are being attacked." Qin Feng held Hua Xiaojun in his arms as he controlled the control panel. He pushed the mech forward and pushed the engine to the maximum. Just as the mech was about to hit the ground, it suddenly soared into the sky like a dragon soaring into the sky. The inertia of rising into the sky was extremely strong. It scared Hua Xiaojun so much that she closed her eyes and screamed. Qin Feng's spirit was lifted by her screams, and he launched another round of fierce attacks. "Boo-hoo! Young Master Qiao, don't worry and fight. When we are safe, you can do whatever you want to me." Hua Xiaojun cried anxiously. Qin Feng acted as if he did not hear her and continued to attack. "Xiaojun, continue to fire. Kill those bastards." As Hua Xiaojun endured Qin Feng's attacks, she pressed the buttons on the fighter jet. A new round of artillery fire rained down from the sky. Just as Ba Bei reached the bottom of the fighter jet, before he could launch his attack, he saw the hatch suddenly open. A bomb fell and blasted him into smithereens. Many Sacred Gate disciples retreated in fear. However, Wei Zhang and Long Qing acted as if they did not see it. They went to the left and right sides of the mech. "I want to see how tough this piece of scrap metal is," Wei Zhang roared. He swung his long sword again and sliced the laser gun on the right into two. Long Qing's palm also hit the mech and sent the black dragon mech flying. The cockpit spun until it was dark. Hua Xiaojun felt like she was about to be thrown out of the mech. Qin Feng's anger completely exploded. He hugged Hua Xiaojun face to face in his arms and slammed his hands on the control panel. "Xiaojun, move by yourself." Hua Xiaojun was speechless. Qin Feng still remembered that matter even at this time. However, she could not disobey young Master Qiao's orders. She hugged Qin Feng's neck tightly, afraid that she would fall. The mech flew again. It was as fast as lightning. Wherever it went, it cut through the air and dozens of artillery shells fell to the ground. Chapter 14:14. Master, you've spent 200,000 hedonist points. Please use the black dragon mech carefully. Just as Qin Feng was getting excited, Little Pig's voice sounded in his head. He was so shocked that he almost fell off the plane. "Young Master Qiao, what's wrong?" Hua Xiaojun stopped abruptly. She could feel Qin Feng's expression turning ugly. "It's nothing. Continue doing what you're doing. Don't stop." Qin Feng glared at Hua Xiaojun. Hua Xiaojun continued to fight, feeling wronged. Qin Feng stopped his attacks. If this continued, the remaining 1,319,000 hedonist points would be gone. "Master, you can use the wind and cloud mad demon cannon," Little Pig suggested. Qin Feng was stunned. "Even though the cannon is powered by true qi, I need to activate it. I can't possibly stand on top of the plane and fire, right? Of course I won't let Master take the risk. As long as it's a product of star technology, they can be used together." The Wind Cloud Wild Demon Cannon can be installed on the Black Dragon series battle equipment. As for the energy supply, Master can use spirit stones to activate the Wind Cloud Wild Demon Cannon. Qin Feng's eyes brightened. He didn't expect star technology to be so heaven-defying. He immediately activated his mind, and the hatch on the Black Dragon mech's roof opened. A cool and domineering cannon was already set up. "Ha! Why isn't the plane attacking?" a female elder from Mount Zixia asked curiously. Wei Zhang was overjoyed. He roared, "Everyone, attack! That bastard Hua Tian has used up all his ammunition. That bastard surnamed Hua, see if I don't personally kill him." More than 10 black shadows surrounded and attacked the black dragon mech from all directions. Even before the crowd reached the front, they had already unleashed their attacks continuously. Half of the sky was filled with thunderous sounds. The dark night was sliced apart by the light of the swords and blades, making it look like daytime. There were even a few elders from the sacred sects who rushed to the front of the mech. The moment they attacked, they unleashed their killing moves. Rumble. Under such a powerful attack, the black dragon mech was like a small boat in the sea. Hua Xiaojun hugged Qin Feng tightly in fear, but she didn't forget to continue exercising. "Young Master Qiao. What should we do?" Hua Xiaojun was worried. "Don't be afraid. Watch how I torture these ants." Qin Feng roared. Hua Xiaojun heard a loud noise coming from the top of the plane. The wind and cloud mad demon cannon had already been activated. In an instant, the spirit chi bullets rained down like rain. Bang, bang, bang. The few elders who rushed to the front of the fighter plane were instantly shot. Under such a fierce and dense spiritual energy bullet, their bodies seemed to be electrocuted, trembling in the air. Wei Zheng and Long Qing sensed the danger and quickly retreated. Long Qing was extremely fast and managed to escape the hail of bullets. Wei Zheng, on the other hand, was shot in midair. Without hesitation, he slashed his sword forward and sliced the air in front of him into two. Rumble. The spiritual energy bullets barely blocked it, but a huge tracking cannonball fell like a meteor. Wei Zheng was flustered. He forcefully swung his sword down, but he was unable to block the violent airflow of the tracking bullet. He was sent flying 100 meters away. Even these two leaders at the 7th layer of true Qi had been forced to retreat, and the rest of the elders and disciples had long since fled in panic. Elder Long Qing, let's run for our lives. There's no end to this fighter jet's ammunition. If we continue fighting, we'll all die. The surroundings were filled with screams and wails. Long Qing hid far away, not even daring to step into the battlefield. Wei Zheng also forcefully jumped out of the attack range of the fighter jet. Looking at the Black Dragon fighter jet flying rapidly in the night, everyone's hearts were filled with fear. 10 steps Hua Tian, Twin Peaks, will remember what happened today. In the future, don't let me see anyone from 10 steps. I'll kill every single one I see. Wei Zheng was already seriously injured and had no choice but to retreat. Seeing that he had left, Long Qing could only reluctantly lead his men and leave. More and more teams fled. The dozens of sect disciples that came in the middle of the night all retreated. Not only did they not capture Qin Feng, but they also suffered heavy losses. In the end, these people didn't even know the identity of the person in the fighter jet. They still thought that it was 10 steps Hua Tian piloting the Black Dragon fighter jet. The mighty team retreated, and the intense artillery fire also gradually subsided. Hua Xiaozhen's anxious heart finally calmed down. Thinking about how Qin Feng had used a fighter jet to repel dozens of groups of Sacred Gate disciples, her heart was filled with raging waves. The battle on the ground had calmed down. Qin Feng and Hua Xiaozhen's battle had also ended. Hua Xiaozhen hurriedly put on her clothes. She felt that this battle had made her bones fall apart. Young Master Qiao, let's go. Hua Xiaozhen looked at Qin Feng with an obedient expression. Qin Feng stopped the Black Dragon fighter jet in an open space. Just as he was about to bring Hua Xiaozhen down, a muffled sound suddenly exploded. The fighter jet was hit and rolled on the ground. Ah! What's going on? Are there more enemies? Hua Xiaozhen screamed. Qin Feng was also shocked, but he quickly calmed down. He looked around and saw that another fighter jet had appeared in midair. Xiaozhen, sit tight. There's an enemy fighter jet. Qin Feng's reaction was extremely fast. He immediately pulled the control stick and let the Black Dragon fighter jet soar into the sky. Rumble. The Black Dragon fighter jet had just flown halfway when a huge pit was blown up where it had landed. Hua Xiaozhen also saw the fighter jet in front of her. She was dumbfounded. Why is there another fighter jet? Who is this? It's most likely the people from the Science and Technology Museum. Watch how I deal with them. Qin Feng immediately guessed the other party's identity. Only Lei Wanzhong from the Science and Technology Museum could create a high-tech fighter jet in China. In the dark sky, the two fighter jets whistled and flew. Hua Xiaozhen sat in the co-pilot's seat. She was so anxious that her palms were covered in cold sweat. She still didn't know how powerful the Black Dragon fighter jet was. This was a product of star technology. How could Lei Wanzhong's fighter jet compare to it? Dad! Hurry up and destroy that bastard's fighter jet. Let's see if he still dares to play tricks. On the flying tiger fighter jet, Lei Wanzhong was controlling it. Lei Shan stared at the black dragon fighter jet and cursed. Without Lei Shan saying anything, Lei Wanzhong had already pressed the launch button. Instantly, 2 black tracking missiles whizzed out and caught up with Qin Feng in the blink of an eye. Humph. Do you think I don't have tracking missiles? Rumble. Qin Feng clapped his hands, and the black dragon fighter jet's lower cabin opened. 2 missiles landed and directly collided with Lei Wanzhong's missiles in the sky. The earth-shattering sound shocked Hua Xiaojun. Qin Feng had already activated the wind cloud mad demon cannon. In an instant, spirit chi missiles filled the sky. Not good, Dad. Isn't that guy's fighter jet too fierce? What kind of fighter jet is that? Lei Shan looked at the dense net of spirit chi missiles and was so shocked that he almost jumped off the fighter jet. Lei Wanzhong's expression turned grim. He had been secretly observing the black dragon fighter jet but couldn't tell that it was a fighter jet model from China. It's useless no matter how powerful it is. Our flying tiger fighter jet is the highest technological product in the outside world and has been personally modified by me. It's definitely a tyrant among fighter jets. How can other fighter jets be a match for it? Lei Wanzhong quickly became domineering and pressed the button beside him. Lei Shan shouted anxiously, Dad, what time is this? Why are you still talking about your dick? Lei Wanzhong was so angry that he almost kicked Lei Shan off the fighter jet. However, he saw the cockpit on both sides of the flying tiger fighter jet suddenly open, and 2 cannons popped out. In an instant, the sky was filled with cannon fire. The concentrated attack wasn't any weaker than the wind cloud mad demon cannon. Ta, ta, ta. The night sky was lit up by the 2 waves of cannon fire. The instant the 2 waves of bullets collided, it was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting. If the people from the Saint Gate hadn't escaped yet, they would definitely be dumbstruck by this scene. Even Qin Feng was stunned, and he looked surprised. Little pig, what kind of fighter jet is that? China's secular world doesn't have such advanced standards. Little pig wasn't too sure either. The model of the fighter jet is China's most advanced flying tiger fighter jet. However, its power is clearly beyond the scope of what a flying tiger fighter jet should be. It feels like it has been modified. Qin Feng couldn't help but recall that almost all the items on display in the Science and Technology Museum had been modified. From the looks of it, the flying tiger fighter jet that Lei Wanzhong was piloting was very likely a modified product. This guy with the surname Lei is not bad. He can even modify his fighter jet. Qin Feng's expression changed, and he suddenly asked, Little pig, is the owner of the system nearby? Little pig understood what Qin Feng meant. Ever since Lei Wanzhong appeared, there has always been a system within a radius of 1 kilometer. Yesterday at the Science and Technology exhibition, Qin Feng suspected that Lei Wanzhong was the owner of the system. Now that he had seen his modification ability, Qin Feng was even more certain of his guess. The 2 fighter jets were in full swing, and Qin Feng realized that he couldn't eliminate the other party in a short period of time. He was afraid that the Saint Gate disciples who had left would call for more powerful experts to come back. Right now, the best plan was to end the battle as soon as possible. Xiaojun, come and control the black dragon fighter jet. Qin Feng immediately made a plan. He was going to release the black dragon tank and attack Lei Wanzhong from both land and air. Hua Xiaojun was shocked and hurriedly waved her hands. No, young Master Qiao, how can I pilot a plane? It's better for you to pilot it, Qin Feng said in an unquestionable tone, don't be afraid. If I tell you to pilot it, just do it. I'm going to pilot the tank now. You just have to keep pressing this button. Qin Feng pointed at the launch button of the wind and cloud demon cannon. He then set the Black Dragon fighter jet to automatic mode. This was an advanced product produced by Star Technology, and it could enter unmanned mode. Hua Xiaojun still didn't dare to pilot it. Just as she was about to beg for mercy, she saw that Qin Feng was no longer in the cockpit. A pink light flickered in the dark sky, and a moment later, a dazzling and domineering tank appeared on the ground. Dad, that kid's mech attacks have weakened. Is he afraid of us? Lei Shan suddenly shouted. Lei Wanzhong had long noticed this situation. Ever since Qin Feng left, Hua Xiaojun didn't know how to pilot the Black Dragon fighter jet. She only carefully pressed the launch button of the Wind and Cloud Demon Cannon. As for the other launch buttons, she didn't dare to press them at all. Ha! That guy fought with the Saint Gate disciples for a long time. Even if he had a lot of ammunition, he would have run out by now. This time, let's show him our power. Chapter 14-15. The Flying Tiger mech speed skyrocketed. Lei Wanzhong activated the invisibility function again. The Flying Tiger mech suddenly disappeared in the night sky, scaring Hua Xiaojun. Don't be afraid, Xiaojun. I've locked on to that guy. Continue to lure them. Qin Feng's voice came from the cockpit. The Black Dragon series of Star Technology battle equipment was all connected. Hua Xiaojun was stunned for a moment but quickly recovered. Got it, young Master Qiao. You have to be careful. Qin Feng didn't waste any more time. He was in the cockpit of the Black Dragon tank. He quickly pressed a few buttons, and the roof of the tank opened. An anti-aircraft gun was ready, and 5 anti-aircraft shells had been purchased. Although the Flying Tiger mech had activated the invisibility function, in Qin Feng's vision, there were 2 red dots moving quickly in the sky. One of the red dots was the Flying Tiger mech's position. The Flying Tiger mech's full acceleration was twice as fast as the Black Dragon mech. In a short while, Lei Wanzhong had already caught up with Hua Xiaojun. In the cockpit, Lei Shan was dancing with joy. Lei Wanzhong's old face also revealed a cold smile. He looked at the big screen in front of him. Seeing that the target had been locked on, he quickly pressed the launch button beside his hand. Rumble. A muffled explosion sounded, but it came from the ground. The huge commotion caused the entire mountain city to shake. Lei Wanzhong's hand paused for a moment as he quickly looked at the ground. 5 beams of red light shot up into the sky, scaring him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Dad! What is that? Why is there a tank on the ground? Lei Shan also realized something was wrong, but Lei Wanzhong didn't have time to answer. The Flying Tiger mech that they were piloting emitted a loud noise. The mech was like a kite with a broken string, swaying unsteadily in the night sky. The 5 anti-aircraft guns all hit the Flying Tiger mech, but it didn't destroy the mech directly. The tail of the mech emitted thick black smoke, but it was still flying in the air. Oh no, they're trying to escape. Xiaojun, fire quickly. Qin Feng quickly realized what Lei Wanzhong was thinking, and quickly communicated with Hua Xiaojun through the walkie-talkie. The Black Dragon mech was now in unmanned flight mode. Hua Xiaojun looked at the control panel, which was densely packed with buttons, and couldn't sit still. Young Master Qiao, I only know how to shoot the cannonball, I don't know how to aim. Qin Feng was depressed. Before he left, he had told Hua Xiaojun how to fire the Wind and Cloud Mad Demon Cannon. It was really hard on him to let this girl drive the Black Dragon mech to chase after the Flying Tiger mech. A few more loud explosions came from the ground, but the Flying Tiger mech had already flown far away, and the anti-aircraft cannons did not hit the mech. Qin Feng immediately put away the Black Dragon tank. A pink light flickered in the night sky. When Qin Feng returned to the cabin of the Black Dragon fighter, Hua Xiaojun jumped in fright. "Ah! Young Master Qiao, when did you come in?" Qin Feng didn't have time to explain too much. He pushed the accelerator to its limit, and instantly, 4 beams of fire shot out from the Black Dragon mech's tail. The mech's speed increased explosively, and the huge inertia caused Hua Xiaojun to scream repeatedly. "Young Master Qiao, this fighter jet can actually fly so fast. I can't even see the image in front of me clearly." Hua Xiaojun felt like she was in a dream as the surrounding buildings and scenery quickly receded. Even Qin Feng was stunned by the Black Dragon mech's full speed. It was almost twice as fast as the Golden Whirlwind Wheel. The Flying Tiger mech, which had originally disappeared into a black dot, gradually returned to its original appearance. Qin Feng had already aimed at the target. With a big slap of his hand, the bottom of the cabin opened, and 3 tracking missiles flew out. In the next second, the sky exploded into a sea of fire, as if it was going to split open a hole in the sky. Hit! Young Master Qiao, you really hit it." Hua Xiaojun was stunned at first, but suddenly screamed excitedly. The Flying Tiger mech was really hit, and instantly exploded into debris, falling to the ground and creating a huge pit. It seemed like in a few breaths, the Black Dragon mech had already landed on the edge of the huge pit. "Young Master Qiao, are the people on the mech dead?" The 2 jumped out of the mech. The huge pit was filled with thick smoke, and they couldn't see the situation inside. Qin Feng pulled Hua Xiaojun and stood vigilantly at the side. He bought a talisman of clairvoyance and looked into the thick smoke, but he didn't even see a shadow. "I actually let them escape." Qin Feng's face turned cold, and he quickly looked around in the dark night, but he couldn't find Lei Wanzhong and Hua Xiaojun. Hua Xiaojun was shocked. She couldn't understand how the other party could escape in the air, no matter how hard she thought. "Xiaojun, stand guard above. If anyone comes, tell me immediately." Qin Feng instructed and jumped into the huge pit. Hua Xiaojun was so anxious that her palms were sweating. There was a pile of destroyed mech debris under the ground, but the main body was still intact. Qin Feng carefully examined the Flying Tiger mech. He couldn't understand how this mech, which was built with external technology, could be so powerful. "Master, the outer shell of this mech has been modified with materials similar to the Black Dragon mech. Its defense is amazing." Little Pig's voice sounded. Qin Feng was shocked. From the looks of it, the person who modified this Flying Tiger mech was definitely the owner of the system, and it was most likely Lei Wanzhong. After a round of inspection, Qin Feng made another important discovery. The energy system of this Flying Tiger mech had been modified to be powered by spiritual energy. As long as there were enough spirit stones, this mech could continue flying. Even the 2 laser cannons inside had been modified to function with spiritual energy. It was similar to Qin Feng's Wind Cloud Mad Demon cannon. As long as there was spiritual energy input, the laser cannons would convert spiritual energy into spiritual energy and fire spiritual energy bullets. These discoveries made Qin Feng certain that this mech had been modified by the owner of the system. It was rare to see such powerful combat power. Unfortunately, Lei Wanzhong had escaped. This made Qin Feng very depressed. "Young Master Qiao, did you find anything?" Hua Xiaojun quickly ran over when she saw Qin Feng jump onto the ground. "Nothing. Let's leave this place tonight." Qin Feng's thoughts moved slightly, and Flaming Dragon Horse galloped through the sky. Hua Xiaojun was already on the horse in Qin Feng's arms. "Young Master Qiao, where are we going?" "We didn't see any disciples from the Thousand Shadow sect at the Science and Technology exhibition. Let's go to the outskirts of Fire Beacon City." Elder Xing Shan, Fang Yan, said that he met disciples from the Thousand Shadow sect there. Qin Feng and Hua Xiaozhen rushed through the night towards the outskirts of Fire Beacon City. At the same time, a group of beautiful women had arrived at the Spirit Immortal City. The 8 women had suddenly entered the Divine Land. They did not bring any gold bars with them, and the banknotes they brought with them were useless in this place. They had been running from Fire Beacon City to the Spirit Immortal City, and many of them had worn out their shoes. The journey was arduous and dangerous. However, when the 8 women raised their heads and saw the words, Spirit Immortal City, carved on the city gate, the grievances and disappointment in their hearts vanished like smoke. Ro, we're finally here. The Spirit Immortal City is really here. Shaoli was so excited that her eyes were wet. The rest of the women were jumping in excitement, and some of them were crying. After all, they were girls in their 20s, and they had never suffered such hardships before. Sisters, cheer up. We'll see Qin Feng soon. Su Ruoro also wanted to cry, but she suppressed her grievances and comforted Xiao Shi and the others. Zhang Kuku was impatient. She had already flown up the mountain. Who are you? How dare you intrude into the Spirit Immortal City at night? An angry roar came from the top of the mountain. The generals of the Qiao family and the orc army were guarding the entrance of the city day and night. When Zhang Kuku reached the top of the mountain, Su Ruoro and the other women's expressions changed drastically. Is Big Brother Qin Feng here? Zhang Kuku pouted and glared at the Qiao family and the orcs. She was not afraid at all. She glared at Zhang Kuku and yelled, What Big Brother Qin Feng? You're in the wrong place. This is the territory of the Spirit Immortal City. Those who have no business here should leave now, or else, don't blame me for being rude. Qin Feng appeared in the Divine Land as Qiao Feng. Only Qiao Shi and a few other high-ranking members of the Qiao family knew about his real identity. Moreover, Qin Feng was out searching for the Thousand Shadows sect. The Qiao family would never expect that someone in the Divine Land would come looking for him. Why are you so fierce? This Spirit Immortal City might be built by Big Brother Qin Feng. Be careful, I'll ask him to teach you a lesson when I find him. Zhang Kuku yelled angrily. Qiao Jin raised her saber and was about to attack Zhang Kuku when Su Ruoro and the other women rushed to the top of the mountain. The Thousand Illusion Child was the fastest among them. She quickly stood in front of Zhang Kuku. Everyone, calm down. We're here to look for Qin Feng. He should be the governor of the Spirit Immortal City, the Thousand Illusion Child said. She could sense Qiao Jin's dense true qi and knew that they were no match for her. Along the way, the women discovered a serious problem. Although Zhang Kuku was fierce, her strength was strange. She almost caused them to die from time to time. Qiao Jin was stunned. She stopped in front of the 8 women and said, Our governor is Qiao Shi. You must have found the wrong person. The women's expressions changed, and the light in their beautiful eyes dimmed. Could it be a coincidence? Did Qin Feng not build the Spirit Immortal City on purpose? Qiao Shi ran to Qiao Jin with a shocked expression, You know my father. Who are you? Bring me to see my father now. The women were shocked. They were completely confused by Qiao Shi's action. Qiao Jin was also stunned. He took a closer look at Qiao Shi, and his expression changed. After a while, he asked with a trembling voice, Shi. Are you sure? Qiao Shi was even more certain that the man in front of her was also a member of the Qiao family. However, it had been more than 20 years since they last met. Qiao Shi did not dare to recognize him. I'm Shi, Qiao Shi from the Spirit Beast Clan's Qiao family. Qiao Jin dropped the saber in his hand and hugged Qiao Shi. Shi, is it really you? I'm your uncle, Qiao Jin. It's been more than 20 years. I didn't expect to see you again. Xiao Jin was almost 50 years old. Tears welled up in his eyes. Xiao Shishir was already crying. She forced herself to calm down and asked, "Uncle Jin, is Qin Feng here? He purposely came to the Despair Land to save you. Is Spirit Immortal City built by Qin Feng?" No matter how stupid Xiao Jin was, he realized that Qin Feng was Xiao Feng. Sure, you're talking about the Beast King, right? He built the Spirit Immortal City and named it by himself. But he's not in the city now. He went to Fire Beacon City to find the Thousand Shadows sect a few days ago. Chapter 14-16. In the Divine Continent, there were many sects. Outside of the 8 great cities was a public Fire Beacon City. Aside from the flourishing main city, Fire Beacon City also had 4 famous outskirts. These 4 areas were the best places for the disciples of the great sects to train. Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojun were currently in the outskirts of Fire Beacon City's northern mountain. Young Master Qiao, this palace is so luxurious. Hua Xiaojun stood in the crowded hall and looked around with a shocked expression. The 2 of them were currently in the mission hall of the northern outskirts. Gathered inside were disciples from the great sects of the Divine Continent. This northern district's Fire Beacon Hall was indeed built extremely luxuriously. Even a hedonistic young master like Qin Feng was a bit surprised. The palace was 5 to 6 meters tall and was supported by Roman pillars. The walls were even illuminated by luminous pearls. As for the gold paper that covered the walls, it was the lowest quality material. Qin Feng quickly regained his senses. He was here to find the disciples of the Thousand Shadow sect, so he was not interested in this luxurious place. The lobby was packed with people. Everyone was waiting in line to receive quests. With great difficulty, it was Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojun's turn. The receptionist behind the half-height wall had a cold expression. It was as if someone owed him $5 million. "What mission do you want to accept?" The man did not even look at Qin Feng and asked with a cold tone. "I want to inquire about something." A few days ago, before Qin Feng could finish, the man suddenly raised his head and glared at him, interrupting him. "Inquire about what? Don't you know what this place is? If you want to accept a mission, then hurry up. Don't delay the people behind you." The receptionist's attitude was extremely arrogant. Even Hua Xiaojun could not stand it anymore. She couldn't help but complained, "Sir, don't be so fierce. We are here to accept a mission." The man was just about to reprimand Hua Xiaojun when his gaze fell upon her peerlessly beautiful face. He forcefully swallowed his harsh words back down his throat. "Oh. The little beauty is also here to accept a mission. What mission do you have in mind?" The receptionist's attitude took a 180-degree turn. Qin Feng had long seen through the lecherous look in his eyes. Hua Xiaojun said innocently, "Sir, our young master wants to find the Thousand Shadows sect disciples to do the same mission as them." The receptionist secretly glared at Qin Feng, but the instant he looked at Hua Xiaojun, his smile returned. "You want to inquire about the whereabouts of the Thousand Shadows sect's disciples? I can tell you that a few days ago, the Thousand Shadows sect's disciples did indeed accept a mission from me. However, the northern branch of the Fire Beacon Hall has a rule that strictly protects the information of every mission taker." Hua Xiaojun frowned and pouted, "Oh. Then what should he do?" "Sir, please be kind and tell us." The receptionist's heart was tickled by Hua Xiaojun's cute appearance. He had long since thrown Qin Feng to the side as if he was air. He stuck his face in front of Hua Xiaojun and said, "Little beauty, it's not that I can't tell you, but there must be some reward." Hua Xiaojun was so frightened that she took 2 steps back. She said nervously, "Sir, what reward do you want? How about this, you accompany me for the night? When I'm satisfied, I'll tell you where the 1,000 shadow sex disciples went. The receptionist's foxtail finally revealed itself. Hua Xiaojun was so angry that her face turned cold. Perhaps it was because she was cultivating now, but her personality had become much stronger. Sir, please conduct yourself with dignity. I am already young Master Qiao's woman. In this life, I will not serve anyone else. Hua Xiaojun's tone was cold. The smile on the receptionist's face disappeared. He suddenly glared at Hua Xiaojun and roared, "Humph! You really refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Who do you think you are, a lowly servant? It's your good fortune that this master has taken a liking to you. He gave you a chance to serve this master, but you don't know how to cherish it. You're simply unreasonable. Stop talking, or else I won't be polite to you." Hua Xiaojun was completely enraged. Her lily-white hands touched the violet cloud sword on her back. The receptionist did not even care about Hua Xiaojun. He slammed the wall on the table and roared, "Who the fuck do you think you are? You dare to be rude to me? Today, I'll let you know who I am." Boom! As the man spoke, he jumped out, and his huge fist had already landed. Hua Xiaojun's reaction was also very fast. The violet cloud sword pierced through the air. Her body was immediately enveloped in a purple mist, as if she was a fairy in the clouds. This sword shot out dozens of sword auras, completely breaking through the receptionist's fist force. Boom! A violent explosion exploded in the hall, causing the group of disciples in the queue to scream in fear. Fuck, why are they fighting? Is that woman crazy? She even dares to provoke the deacon of the fire beacon hall. That woman is only at the 4th level of true qi, but Deacon Wang is at the 6th level of true qi. This woman is finished. Sigh. That girl is really as beautiful as a fairy. What a pity. After the crowd understood the situation, the sound of discussion was like a surging tide. Hua Xiaojun's sword fell, and she retreated a few steps, holding her sword with a cold face. Deacon Wang was so angry that his veins were bulging. He did not use his full strength in that attack just now. Coupled with Hua Xiaojun's sudden use of the violet cloud sword, he was barely able to withstand it. You lowly servant, you dare to use your sword against me. I'm going to strip you naked and teach you a lesson you won't forget. Deacon Wang was furious, and he swung his fist again. This time, his attack was clearly stronger. Before his fist arrived, a crack had already exploded in the air. The surging true qi condensed into a palm print in the air, scaring the crowd into retreating far away. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, and it was much more intense than what everyone had imagined. Hua Xiaojun foolishly stood in the same place. She did not even have the time to make a move, but she saw Deacon Wang already flying out. The half-height wall of the service window collapsed, and Deacon Wang fell in the ruins. He did not even have the strength to stand up. The originally noisy hall fell into a deathly silence. The crowd of Sacred Gate disciples stared dumbfoundedly at Qin Feng's back. No one recognized him, but they were shocked by his youth and valiance. That Deacon Wang was an expert at the 6th level of true qi, but he was actually unable to withstand the power of Qin Feng's fist. Very quickly, the silent atmosphere was broken. When those disciples came back to their senses, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Is that young man crazy? He actually dared to cause trouble in the Fire Beacon Hall's Northern District branch. This guy is also fierce enough to send Deacon Wang, who is at the 6th level of true qi, flying with one punch. What realm is he at? Such a young hero, why haven't I heard of him before? What's the use of being so powerful? Today, that brat definitely won't be able to walk out of the Fire Beacon Hall. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Hua Xiaojun trembled in fear. She hurriedly ran to Qin Feng's side, and with a wronged expression, she tugged at the corner of his clothes and said, "Young Master Chiao, it's all this lowly servant's fault. This lowly servant has caused trouble again. Let's hurry and leave." Qin Feng patted Hua Xiaozhen's back and did not look at Deacon Wang at all. He comforted her, "Xiaozhen, don't be afraid. We don't have to leave. I still want to find out the whereabouts of the Thousand Shadow sect." Hua Xiaozhen's emotions gradually calmed down. She thought of the big battle last night. Young Master Chiao was someone who had a hidden fighter jet. A fighter jet had repelled dozens of Sacred Gate disciples. She believed that the people of the Fire Beacon Hall could not do anything to young Master Chiao. Less than half a minute after the fight started, a group of guards rushed out from the Fire Beacon Hall. The leader was an old man in his 50s. His gray robe fluttered in the wind as he walked over with his hands behind his back. "Deacon Wang, what's going on here?" The old man looked at the man lying in the ruins. Deacon Wang looked as if he had seen a straw in the water. He endured the pain and climbed up. "Deacon Yi, you're finally here. Someone dares to cause trouble in our Fire Beacon Hall." The people who came were stunned. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Ever since the Fire Beacon Hall was established, no one had come to cause trouble in the past few decades. Deacon Yi's old face immediately darkened. His voice was like that of an angry lion. "Who dares to be so bold? Who dares to cause trouble in the Fire Beacon Hall's North Branch?" His roar alone scared the crowd and caused them to retreat a few meters. This time, there was no need for Deacon Wang to point out the troublemaker. Only Qin Feng and Hua Xiaozhen were left standing on the empty ground. "Brat, you're the one causing trouble here. I see that you're tired of living." Deacon Yi coldly glared at Qin Feng. Hua Xiaozhen already felt a strong pressure. She couldn't see through Deacon Yi's realm, but she was sure that he was much stronger than Deacon Wang. In the entire hall, only Qin Feng had a calm expression. He said as if nothing had happened, "That brat dared to disrespect my woman. Hitting him was already a light punishment." Deacon Yi's expression kept changing. He understood Deacon Wang's lustful nature. This kind of thing wasn't strange at all. Who told the Fire Beacon Hall to have such a strong backing? So what if he took liberties with a woman? However, there were hundreds of people gathered in the hall. Deacon Yi couldn't just sit back and do nothing. This would affect the image and style of the Fire Beacon Hall. "Deacon Wang, is that person speaking the truth?" Deacon Yi's expression was cold. Deacon Wang was so scared that he trembled, but he refused to admit it. "Deacon Yi, don't listen to that brat's nonsense. Don't you know what kind of person I, WNG am? How could I do such a thing?" Deacon Yi somewhat admired WNG. This brat lied without blinking. Hua Xiaozhen was unhappy and said, "Deacon Yi, it was that person who disrespected me verbally. He's not a good person at all. I hope Deacon Yi can see through this." WNG was anxious. He glared at Hua Xiaozhen and roared, "You lowly servant, shut up. You don't have the right to speak here. Don't you know who you are? Do you think I like you?" Seeing that the two sides were about to fight again, Deacon Yi glared at WNG. Then, he looked at Hua Xiaozhen and said, "Miss, since both sides have their reasons for this, please come with me. I need to investigate this in detail." Hua Xiaozhen wasn't stupid. She knew that if she left with this old man, she would definitely be done for. However, before she could refuse, Qin Feng suddenly said, "That's fine. I believe Deacon Yi will give us justice." Hua Xiaozhen suddenly froze. In her impression, young Master Chiao was extremely intelligent and had unique insight. How could he be so foolish today? Chapter 14-17. Qin Feng held Hua Xiaojun in his arms and patted her waist. Don't be afraid, I believe that Deacon Yi is a fair person and will definitely handle it impartially. These words made everyone dumbfounded, and they looked at Qin Feng as if they were looking at an idiot. For a moment, many people's hearts were balanced. They were originally envious of Qin Feng for being so strong at such a young age, but they found that this person was a fool. Even Deacon Yi was stunned for a moment, and was almost embarrassed by Qin Feng's praise. Wang couldn't stop laughing in his heart, but he said with a serious face, "All right, let Deacon Yi investigate this matter, you two follow us inside to make a statement." The people of the Fire Beacon Hall had already walked inside, and Qin Feng followed with Hua Xiaojun in his arms. Hua Xiaojun was full of anxiety along the way. She was sure that as long as they went inside, Deacon Yi and the others would become hostile. "Young Master Qiao, they have bad intentions, we can't go," Hua Xiaojun secretly persuaded. Even she could see the truth, how could Qin Feng not understand? However, he acted as if nothing had happened, and had already walked into a single room inside with Hua Xiaojun in his arms. The layout of the room was simple, and the space was spacious. As soon as Deacon Yi entered the room, he gave the guards a look, and they immediately left. Deacon Yi, Wang looked like he couldn't wait to make a move, but was interrupted by Deacon Yi. "Wang, go guard the door, don't let anyone in." Wang's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood what Deacon Yi meant. "Deacon, that kid is somewhat powerful." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Deacon Yi. "Humph. How powerful can he be? Go out if I tell you to. Are you afraid that I will be beaten?" Wang didn't dare to say any more. He knew how powerful Deacon Yi was. He was a powerful person who had stepped into the 7th level of true Qi. No matter how powerful Qin Feng was, how could he beat Deacon Yi? "I will guard the door, if there is anything, just call me, Deacon Yi." Wang closed the door and walked out, leaving only Qin Feng and the other two in the room. Hua Xiaojun realized that the old man was about to make a move, and it was very likely that he was going to kill them. She did not wait for the other party to make a move, and she had already nervously pulled out the purple sunset sword from her back. Qin Feng and Deacon Yi were stunned, and a sneer appeared on Deacon Yi's face. "Humph. You don't know what's good for you. You actually dared to sneak an attack on me. Don't blame me for killing you." Deacon Yi was looking for an excuse to attack Hua Xiaojun, and now Hua Xiaojun had found one for him. His skinny palms suddenly waved out as fast as lightning, and Hua Xiaojun did not even have the chance to react. She could already feel death shrouding her. Rumble. A loud sound exploded in Hua Xiaojun's ears. She discovered that she wasn't injured at all. That violent palm wind was blocked by Qin Feng, and the two people's fists and palms collided. It was actually a draw. However, Qin Feng knew that this was not a draw. No matter what, he was only at the 6th stage of true Qi. Forcefully withstanding a powerful palm strike from a 7th stage of true Qi, at this moment, the blood in his body was surging violently. If he didn't forcefully support his body, he would have already spat out a mouthful of blood. Deacon Yi was not much better. He took 2 steps back to stabilize his body, but he quickly suppressed his surging true Qi and stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. "You actually stepped into the 7th stage of true Qi at such a young age." Deacon Yi couldn't accept this fact. He had trained hard since he was a child, and used countless cultivation resources to step into the 7th stage of true Qi at the age of 50. Looking at Qin Feng, he was only in his early 20s. Such a young man at the 7th stage of true Qi could be counted on one hand in the entire divine land. It's just the 7th stage of true Qi. What's so difficult about it? Qin Feng said, pretending to be calm. Deacon Yi's heart was in turmoil. He realized that Qin Feng was not as simple as he seemed. With such powerful skills, he would be a genius disciple in any sect in the Divine Land. He could even be promoted to the position of Little Elder. Even Deacon Yi had to think twice before dealing with such an outstanding youth. Which sect are you a disciple of? Why haven't I heard of you before? I am an ordinary disciple of the Celestial Soul sect, Xiao Feng. Deacon Yi's expression changed dramatically, and his eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Currently, the Spirit Immortal sect was the most mysterious sect in the Divine Land. It was a powerful sect that conquered 2 cities in one night. It was said that many sacred sects had sent people to attack Spirit Immortal City, but none of them returned. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Deacon Yi heard a piece of shocking news in Fire Beacon City. An ordinary disciple of the Spirit Immortal sect named Xiao Feng caused a ruckus in the Science Museum, and was killed by Hua Tian, the elder of the 10 Traces sect. But this Xiao Feng was standing right in front of him. Did he come back to life? Very quickly, Deacon Yi calmed down. He knew this was not a fake corpse. In other words, Hua Tian did not kill Xiao Feng, but was killed by Xiao Feng instead, so it's young hero Xiao Feng. It seems that there was some misunderstanding earlier. Fortunately, it has been resolved now. Deacon Yi's attitude suddenly changed. It was as if he was chatting with an old friend. Hua Xiaojun still had not figured out the situation. She held her sword and stared at Deacon Yi. Qin Feng knew very well why this person changed his attitude, but he pretended not to know. Deacon Yi, since it's a misunderstanding, then it's fine. Now, I have something to ask you. I hope Deacon Yi can answer me. Young hero Xiao Feng, please speak. If I know, I will definitely tell you. Qin Feng did not waste any time and changed the topic. This time, I came to ask about the whereabouts of the Thousand Shadow sect's disciple. I heard that a disciple from their sect accepted a mission here a few days ago. Deacon Yi's old face wrinkled and he sighed. Young hero Xiao Feng, I do know about this, but I can't tell you. This is the rule of our Fire Beacon Hall. As for, Qin Feng could not be bothered to listen to this old man's nonsense and interrupted him. Of course I know about this. This is just a small token. Deacon Yi, you can tell me now, right? A wave of dense spiritual qi floated over and instantly increased the density of the spiritual qi in the room by more than 10 times. Deacon Yi looked at the several hundred high-grade spirit stones that suddenly appeared on the table. His eyes widened, and he could not take his eyes off them. Ha! Young hero Qiao is really generous. I really don't know where the Thousand Shadow sect's disciple went. Perhaps this mission list will be of help to you. Deacon Yi brought over a scroll, and Qin Feng immediately opened it. On it was a list of the people who accepted the mission in the Fire Beacon Hall. The records were very detailed, including the time, location, the number of people, the mission they completed, and so on. Qin Feng scanned through the list and quickly found the information about the Thousand Shadow sect's disciples. According to the records, 5 days ago, 3 female disciples from the Thousand Shadow sect and 3 male disciples from the Soul Blade sect teamed up and went to Poison Sun City to complete a mission. Qin Feng was puzzled. What kind of place was Poison Sun City? Young hero Qiao, you have gotten what you wanted. We are even now. Deacon Yi chuckled as he placed the high-grade spirit stones on the table into his storage ring. He looked as if he was afraid that Qin Feng would go back on his word. Qin Feng had more than 80,000 high-grade spirit stones on him, so why would he care about a few hundred? Deacon Yi, don't worry. Those spirit stones are already yours. Oh, right, what kind of place is Poison Sun City? Qin Feng asked. Deacon Yi was stunned and looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. Young hero Qiao, you don't even know about Poison Sun City? Qin Feng realized that he had been exposed and quickly explained, maybe Deacon Yi doesn't know, but I have been cultivating in the sect since I was young. This is my first time leaving the sect, so I know very little about the outside world. Deacon Yi smiled and didn't think too much about it. He finally understood why Qin Feng was able to reach True Qi Stage 7 at such a young age. He had been cultivating since he was young. Young hero Qiao, cultivation is indeed important, but you should also come out often to train. In the Divine Great Land, other than the 8 great cities and Fire Beacon City, there are 2 other death zones. One is called Extreme Ice City, and the other is Poison Sun City. They are called death zones because of their extremely harsh environments. Extreme Ice City is like winter all year round, and the temperature is always below -30 degrees. It is impossible to stay there during the coldest time. Poison Sun City is the opposite. It is like summer all year round, and the average temperature is more than 50 degrees. At its best, it can even burn people. Right now, it is winter in the Divine Great Land, and also the lowest temperature in Poison Sun City. Therefore, many disciples go there to train and search for treasures. Deacon Yi's explanation gave Qin Feng a new understanding of the Divine Great Land. Hua Xiaojun was a commoner in the past, so she had no chance of coming into contact with such a high level of society. This was also her first time hearing about this. After understanding the situation, Qin Feng didn't waste any time and immediately brought Hua Xiaojun to Poison Sun City to find the disciples of the Thousand Shadow sect. When the 2 of them left, they saw Wng Lei still guarding the door. However, when he saw the 2 of them unharmed, Wng Lei looked as if he had seen a ghost. Why aren't you dead? Deacon Yi followed behind and directly slapped Wng Lei's face. You bastard, what nonsense are you talking about? Young hero Qiao is my friend, how could you die? Wng Lei was stunned and looked at Deacon Yi in a daze. Deacon Yi, didn't you want to kill the 2 of them in the room? Why are you attacking me now? Are you muddle-headed or something? Deacon Yi was furious. Now that he knew Qin Feng's identity, he didn't have the confidence to kill Qin Feng. Moreover, he wouldn't kill Qin Feng at all. This person was extremely powerful, and he was a disciple of the spiritual immortal sect. He had many treasures on him, and Deacon Yi couldn't wait to befriend him. Ha! Deacon Yi, to think that I treated you as a friend. So you want to frame me? Qin Feng's face suddenly turned cold. Wng Lei didn't understand the situation. He glared at him and roared, "Pay!" With Deacon Yi's status, why would he frame you? He already discussed with me to kill the 2 of you in public. Wng Lei's arrogant attitude suddenly froze, and he was slapped into the corridor more than 10 meters away by Deacon Yi. You bastard, when did I say something like that? You even dare to frame me? I think you're tired of living. Deacon Yi was a true Qi Stage 7 expert. When he exploded, he was like an angry lion. Wng Lei forgot the pain in his body and was stunned as if he was dreaming. Chapter 14:18. Wng Lei didn't even have the chance to speak as he was beaten unconscious by Enforcer E. After beating Wng Lei up, Enforcer E didn't even bother to look at Wng Lei. He chuckled and said to Qin Feng, "Young hero Qiao, that brat actually dared to verbally disrespect your wife. This kind of person is a disgrace to our fire beacon hole." Enforcer E spoke with a straight face, as though he was telling the truth. Qin Feng wasn't surprised by this kind of chameleon. When he was still a hedonistic young master in China, he would see dozens of them every day. On the other hand, Hua Xiaojun sighed inwardly. This was truly a society where money and fists spoke the loudest. Enforcer E, hurry up and bring us to the teleportation array. Qin Feng found out that the people from the Fire Beacon Hall had to arrange a teleportation array to take them to the mission area. The only entrance to Poison Sun City was located in the northern suburbs of Fire Beacon City. In other words, without the guidance of the Fire Beacon Hall, ordinary people wouldn't be able to enter Poison Sun City. Under Enforcer Yi's lead, the three of them walked out of the Fire Beacon Hall's northern office and arrived at a barren mountain. This was a barren mountain, but it was filled with disciples from various holy gates. Qin Feng quickly discovered that this was the teleportation array for various missions. Not only were there disciples heading to Poison Sun City, but there were also disciples heading to other places. Enforcer Yi. The disciples of the Fire Beacon Hall came up to greet Enforcer Yi. The disciples from other holy gates also looked over. When they saw that Enforcer Yi had personally brought Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojun over, they couldn't help but discuss amongst themselves. Who exactly was Qin Feng? In an instant, they became the center of attention. Hua Xiaojun followed behind Qin Feng nervously. Qin Feng was already used to it. At this time, Enforcer Yi stopped at a mountain peak with dense spiritual energy. He looked at Qin Feng and said with a smile, "Young hero Qiao, are you guys ready? Poison Sun City is filled with danger. You must be careful when you go there." Enforcer Yi, thank you for your trouble. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on the old man. Instead, he rubbed his thumb and index finger and smiled at Qin Feng. Young hero Qiao, it takes a lot of spirit stones to activate this teleportation portal. Normally, 50 disciples would be teleported together. But I'm making an exception and teleporting both of you separately. Of course, the cost will be higher. Qin Feng smiled. Hua Xiaojun rolled her eyes. She had seen young Master Qiao give the old man a lot of spirit stones earlier in the house. She did not expect the old man to be so greedy. Qin Feng didn't care about those spirit stones. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of spirit stones fell to the ground. Deacon Yi's eyes lit up. It's fine now, right? Qin Feng said with a cold expression. Hee hee. All right, I'll activate the formation to send the two of you over now. Deacon Yi reminded them, young hero Qiao, the temporary formation this time can last for a month. After a month, the two of you must rush back to the place where you were teleported to. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to come out again. Qin Feng had upgraded the 5 elements formation to a heaven and earth formation, so he had a good understanding of formations. Got it. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of green light suddenly appeared in the air under the cliff. Deacon Yi shouted anxiously, young hero Qiao, the formation door has been opened. Hurry and take your beloved wife in. Without needing Deacon Yi to say anything, Qin Feng had already jumped off the cliff with Hua Xiaojun in his arms. Hua Xiaojun was shocked. From her point of view, it was a cliff. If she jumped down like that, wouldn't she be smashed to pieces? Just as Hua Xiaojun was about to remind Qin Feng, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. The mountains and rivers all disappeared as if they had entered darkness. Hua Xiaojun felt as if her bones were about to be crushed by the violent wind. However, a true qi barrier suddenly appeared, enveloping her and Qin Feng within it. Suddenly, it felt as if the wind was calm and the waves were calm. Young Master Qiao, this. Hua Xiaojun was dumbfounded. Qin Feng hugged her tighter and said, this is a teleportation portal. Don't worry, we will reach our destination soon. Hua Xiaojun's heart calmed down. She was satisfied as long as she could stay by young Master Qiao's side. Even if they were to die together in this formation, what was there to be afraid of? Qin Feng knew that the two of them would be fine. The force of this teleportation portal was much weaker than the one used to enter the Absolute Gate. As long as one reached the 5th layer of genuine qi, they would be able to withstand it. Poison Sun City was probably quite a distance away from Fire Beacon City. The two of them stayed in the teleportation portal for a while before their eyes suddenly lit up. It was as if they could see the sun after the clouds were dispelled. Hua Xiaojun finally felt her feet land on the ground. She found her sense of reality and sense of security. However, when she looked around, her small mouth immediately opened wide. Young Master Qiao. Where is this? Qin Feng was also stunned. In front of him was a vast desert. The sky was clear for thousands of miles without even a single cloud in sight. The scorching sun was high up in the sky. Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojun were still wearing thick clothes. They had only arrived at Poison Sun City for less than a minute, but they were already sweating profusely. Xiaojun, take off your clothes. Don't get a heatstroke. Qin Feng quickly came back to his senses. He had already taken off his outer clothes. He knew that this was Poison Sun City. Hua Xiaojun was still in a daze. Not long ago, she was still in Fire Beacon City. Now, she was suddenly in Poison Sun City. She even felt as if she had transmigrated. Ah! Young Master Qiao, why are you naked? When Hua Xiaojun came back to her senses, she jumped in fright. Qin Feng did not mind at all. He looked around the deserted desert and said, "It's such a hot day. If I don't take off my clothes, I will die." Hua Xiaojun's face was completely red, but she also began to slowly take off her clothes. After Qin Feng finished looking around, his gaze fell on Hua Xiaojun's body. He could not take his eyes off her. "Xiaojun, why are you done?" "Young Master Qiao, didn't you want it?" Hua Xiaojun shyly lowered her head. Qin Feng bitterly smiled. He really only took off his clothes because it was hot. He did not think about anything else. But now, Hua Xiaojun was so cooperative. Qin Feng hugged her and rolled around in the desert. When disciples from other sects came to Poison Sun City, they all raced against time to complete their missions. In the entire Divine Continent, Qin Feng was probably the only one who came here to fight in the wilderness. After the battle, the two of them were covered in sweat. Qin Feng waved his hand and threw a short dress to Hua Xiaojun. "Xiaojun, put this on. We're going to find the disciples of the Thousand Shadow sect." Hua Xiaojun foolishly took the latest style dress from the outside world. After studying it for a long time, she still could not figure out how to wear it. Qin Feng had already put on the beach pants and tank top. He was amused by Hua Xiaojun's silly look. "Come, let me help you." Hua Xiaojun shyly lowered her head and did not speak. Qin Feng helped her put on the clothes. Hua Xiaojun stood up and looked left and right. Her heart was filled with embarrassment. "Young Master Qiao, why do all the people outside dress like this?" "That's right. Don't you think it looks good?" Qin Feng glanced at Hua Xiaojun. This girl was very eye-catching in a sexy short dress. Hua Xiaojun remembered the beautiful shopping guides and miniskirts she saw in the Science and Technology Museum. She hurriedly shook her head and said, "It doesn't look good at all. It feels like I'm not wearing anything. If I'm not careful, I'll be exposed. I'll just wear my own long robe." Qin Feng pulled her back. This was Poison Sun City. How could she wear a long robe and act like an Indian? "If I say it looks good, then it looks good. We don't need those two sets of clothes anymore. Let's hurry and go." Qin Feng gave the order. Hua Xiaojun could only wear the clothes that she felt were inappropriate. Fortunately, Qin Feng had a flaming dragon horse. The two of them galloped for an entire afternoon, but they did not see a single person. "Young Master Qiao, this Poison Sun City is so big. It's full of desert. No wonder it's called the Land of Despair." Hua Xiaojun felt a little hopeless. Qin Feng was also worried. Finding the disciples of the Thousand Shadow sect in this vast desert was like finding a needle in a haystack. Master, you can buy the super tracking machine from Star Technology. Little Pig's voice sounded. Qin Feng hurriedly used his mind to enter the system and quickly found the super tracking machine in Star Technology's interface. After looking through it, he found that the super tracking machine was specially made for scouting and gathering information. It was not expensive, only costing 2,000 Hedonist points. Qin Feng bought one without thinking and immediately released the super tracking machine. Hua Xiaojun had no idea what was going on. She pointed at the sky and exclaimed, "Wow! Young Master Qiao, look! There's a little bird." Ever since the two of them arrived at Poison Sun City, they had not seen a single living creature. It was no wonder that Hua Xiaojun was so excited. Qin Feng rolled his eyes and said, "Xiaojun, what's wrong with your eyes?" "That's a tracking machine. I released it to find a target." Hua Xiaojun was so embarrassed that she shut her mouth. She realized that Qin Feng was really omnipotent. He was like a treasure vault. With the super tracking machine to scout, Qin Feng was not in a hurry. He rode the flaming dragon horse as if he was on a vacation. He could also use the black dragon fighter or the hummingbird fighter to look for people, but those two fighter jets were too big of a target. Qin Feng felt that it was best to keep a low profile in the Divine Continent. "That's right, Little Pig, why did the Hero Alliance's communication function and the teleportation function of the spacetime gate not work?" Qin Feng asked Little Pig when he had nothing to do. He had discovered this problem when he first entered the Divine Continent. "Master, the magnetic field in the outside world is very different from the Divine Continent. The Hero Alliance functions of the Hedonist sovereign system use the magnetic field and wireless signals to communicate and teleport. Now that we've suddenly come to the Divine Continent, these functions are temporarily disabled because of the magnetic field. They will probably automatically recover in a few days." Qin Feng felt a bit helpless. He had wanted to use the Hero Alliance's communication function to tell Lin Bei Bei and the other women that he was safe, but it seemed that there was no way. "Ah! Young Master Qiao, there's a scorpion!" Hua Xiaojun suddenly exclaimed. Qin Feng returned to the real world and found that there were dozens of black poisonous scorpions crawling in the desert. They were very small, but they were extremely fast. They used the desert as cover and appeared and disappeared from time to time, making it difficult for people to track them. The flaming dragon horse suddenly neighed and ran around as if it was frightened. Hua Xiaojun was so frightened that she repeatedly cried out, "Young Master Qiao, what happened?" Chapter 14:19. With a thought, Qin Feng recalled Flaming Dragon Horse back into the system. He landed on the ground and smacked the yellow sand into the air, creating a huge crater. The scorpions were lying at the bottom of the crater with their bellies upturned. They were clearly dead, but a few rays of light shone in the sand, attracting Hua Xiaojun's attention. "Young Master Qiao, they look like spirit stones." Hua Xiaojun picked up a few sparkling stones and ran over. Qin Feng glanced at them. They really were spirit stones, and they were all high-grade spirit stones. However, these spirit stones were pitifully small, only the size of a thumb. "I remember now, the mission we accepted this time is to kill scorpions and collect spirit stones." Since Qin Feng had come to Poison Sun City, he naturally had to accept a mission. However, he did not care about the mission at all. He was here to find disciples of the Thousand Shadow sect. When Hua Xiaojun found out that the scorpions were hiding spirit stones, she immediately became excited. "Young Master Qiao, I'll go get some more spirit stones. They'll be very useful to you, right?" Qin Feng did not stop her. Since he had nothing to do now, he let Hua Xiaojun catch scorpions for fun. There were many scorpions hidden in the desert, but the two of them did not take a closer look. Now, Hua Xiaojun was running in the desert with her sword, looking very happy. Ah! Young Master Qiao, I was bitten by a scorpion. After a while, Hua Xiaojun's cry for help suddenly came from afar. Qin Fan hurried over and saw Hua Xiaojun sitting on the ground with a pained expression, clutching a handful of spirit stones. Xiaojun, where did you bite? Qin Fan looked at her with concern. Hua Xiaojun was in no hurry to explain her situation. Instead, she carefully handed the spirit stones to Qin Fan. Young Master Xiaojun's strength is still too low. After working for so long, I only managed to collect these spirit stones. Please punish me, young Master Qiao. Qin Fan glanced at the small spirit stones. All of them added up couldn't even compare to one high-grade spirit stone that he had on him. However, he carefully received the fruits of Hua Xiaojun's hard work. He regarded these small spirit stones as more precious than the 80,000 spirit stones he had on him. Xiaojun, don't move. Let me see your wound. Qin Feng wiped the sweat off Hua Xiaojun's forehead. Hua Xiaojun's little face was crimson. She stammered for a long time, but couldn't say a complete sentence. Qin Feng saw that her lips were beginning to turn purple and knew that the poison was taking effect. He immediately reprimanded her. Why are you being so wishy-washy? Tell me. Hua Xiaojun was startled and suddenly grabbed the bottom of her skirt. This part has been stung. Qin Feng felt a bit dizzy. He finally understood why Hua Xiaojun was stammering. That wound really did have some secrets. It was really hard on this girl. Cough cough. Little Zhen, your poison must be sucked out immediately. Don't move, I'll help you. Qin Feng couldn't care less and buried his head. Hua Xiaojun wanted to refuse, but her body suddenly went limp as if she had been electrocuted. Ah! Young Master Qiao, no, you can't do this. Hua Xiaojun screamed in fright. Just as she was about to struggle, Qin Feng held her down. Xiaojun, don't move, or else I'll get angry. Hua Xiaojun was so frightened that she didn't dare to move. Poison Sun City was already extremely hot. Under Qin Feng's actions, Hua Xiaojun felt as if she was going to burn. The blood Qin Feng spat out gradually turned from black to normal. Only then did he calm down. When he raised his head to look, he caught a glimpse of something that almost made him lose his composure. Senior brother Xian, there's someone over there. A woman's voice suddenly came from behind her. It scared Hua Xiaojun so much that she hurriedly put down her skirt and pulled up her clothes. Qin Feng had already stood up to look. A group of 12 people were galloping over on fine horses. Neigh! A group of fine horses reared up and let out a long neigh. The group of people had already stopped in front of Qin Feng. From their attire, the 12 people were from 3 different sections. Each sect had 4 disciples. Among them, a man wearing the mysterious ice sect's attire sat on a horse. He arrogantly stared at Qin Feng and shouted, "Brat, which sect are you from?" Qin Feng didn't think highly of the mysterious ice sect. Back in the secular world, Yi Beixian of the capital's Yi family wanted to force Dongfang Qing Shui to marry him. Later, Qin Feng killed Yi Beixian, Xian Jin, and the other disciples who had come out of seclusion. This has nothing to do with you. If you know what's good for you, then scram. Qin Feng's face was filled with impatience. The 12 people were stunned. They looked at Qin Feng as if they were looking at an idiot. They didn't know where this brat got his confidence to be so arrogant. Senior brother Xian Qi, this adulterous couple are not good people. One look and you can tell that they're doing that kind of thing. A woman from Purple Cloud Mountain rolled her eyes and said. Everyone looked at Hua Xiaojun, who was sitting on the ground behind Qin Feng. Hua Xiaojun was wearing a short skirt, revealing her long and beautiful legs. Just now, Qin Feng was lying next to her legs. Clearly, these people had misunderstood the situation. Other than the mysterious ice sect and Purple Cloud Mountain, the other group of people were disciples of the Bailey sect. At that moment, the 8 men from the mysterious ice sect and the Bailey sect were staring at Hua Xiaojun. They were completely attracted by her beauty. The 4 female disciples of Purple Cloud Mountain were immediately unhappy. Ziyu, who was leading the group, complained, "Senior brother Xianqi, senior brother Long, let's not waste our breath on this adulterous couple. Let's continue on our way." Poison Sun City was a place of despair. One could only enter through the stratagem of the fire beacon hole. After entering, life and death depended on one's fists. Many sect disciples killed each other for treasures. Therefore, before everyone entered, they formed teams. For example, the disciples of the mysterious ice sect, Purple Cloud Mountain, and the Bailey sect formed alliances. This way, they wouldn't be easily bullied. Now that Qin Fen had brought Hua Xiaojun in, he had become the target of Xianqi and Long Jirue. Junior sister Ziyu, don't be anxious. It's rare to see disciples separated in Poison Sun City. How can you let that bread off so easily? Xianqi looked at Qin Fen with a playful expression. Long Jirue stared at Hua Xiaojun and said, "This girl is quite pretty. Seeing how frivolous and cheap she is, I must teach her a lesson." The 2 of them were overjoyed as they spoke. It was as if Qin Fen and Hua Xiaojun were really doomed. Ziyu had relied on her beauty to entice Xianqi and Long Jirue to protect her and her 3 junior sisters. Now that she saw that the 2 of them had been charmed by Hua Xiaojun, a wave of resentment rose in her heart. "Senior brother Long, you dare to play with that woman. Be careful not to catch some disease," Ziyu said in a strange tone. Long Jirue didn't care. He was already laughing as he pounced on Hua Xiaojun. "We are all cultivators. Why should we be afraid of getting sick? Junior sister Ziyu, don't worry. I am just playing with that bitch. My true feelings for you will never rumble." Long Jirue's smile was still on his face, but his body suddenly exploded in midair. The crowd was instantly stunned. The horses were also frightened and neighed. They saw Qin Fen slowly retract his long spear. Long Jirue had been killed by his spear. Even though they were in the extremely hot Poison Sun City, Xianqi and the others broke out in a cold sweat. They couldn't regain their senses for a long time. Long Jirue was the eldest senior brother of the 4 from the Bailey sect. He was a strong practitioner at the 6th stage of the True Qi realm. Yet, he had been killed by an inconspicuous brat in one move. You dare to kill our eldest senior brother. We are disciples of the Bailey sect. Brat, you are dead this time. The 3 Bailey sect disciples finally regained their senses. However, there was still a lingering shock in the depths of their eyes. They didn't even dare to make a move. They could only say some harsh words. Before they could even finish speaking, a red spear suddenly shot out from under the scorching sun. The spear was like an arrow. Before the 3 Bailey sect disciples could regain their senses, they had already been hit by the spear dozens of times and were lying in a pool of blood. The air suddenly froze. It was as if even the horses could feel Qin Fen's power. They were so frightened that they didn't dare to make a sound. Xianqi, Ziyu, and the others sat on their horses in a daze. There was only one thought left in their minds: escape. However, they found that their legs were trembling. They didn't even have the strength to kick the horses' stomachs. Hua Xiaojun had already run to Qin Fen's side. She held his arm and glared at Xianqi and the others angrily. Qin Fen's spear stood on the sand. He stared coldly at Xianqi. You want me to hand over the treasure? The spear in my hand is not bad. Come and take it yourself. Xian Qi didn't dare to go near Qin Fen. He regretted offending this person. Xian Qi was also depressed. He had entered the 6th stage of the true Qi realm at the age of 35. He was considered a genius in the entire divine prefecture. Now, he had met a young man in his early 20s who could kill a 6th stage true Qi realm cultivator with one move. It was a huge blow to him. Young hero, we were just passing by this place. We are in a hurry, so we won't disturb you anymore. Xian Qi looked like he was about to escape. Ziyu didn't even dare to look at Qin Fen. The group of 8 rode away. Hua Xiaozhen frowned. Young Master Qiao, are you going to let them go just like that? Just as she finished speaking, she saw a flash of pink light in the air. The 4 disciples of Xian Ai's sect were suddenly cut in half. Their legs were still on their horses, but their upper bodies were forever left in the vast yellow sand. Screams rang out. The 4 female disciples of Xixia Mountain stopped their horses immediately. They didn't even have the courage to escape. Qin Fen walked over slowly with Hua Xiaozhen in his arms. When he got close, Ziyu fell off her horse. She knelt on the ground and trembled. Young master, don't kill me. I am willing to be young master's maid. I will do anything for you. Hua Xiaozhen pouted. She was Qin Fen's maid. I am enough to serve young Master Qiao. You don't need to serve him. The other 3 disciples of Xixia Mountain also got off their horses and knelt on the ground. Ziyu realized that she was also going to die. She clenched her teeth and tore at her clothes. Young master, this maid is willing to repay you with my body. I only ask that you don't kill me. Qin Fen was speechless by this woman's actions. He didn't intend to kill the 4 women of Xixia Mountain. Otherwise, they would have died long ago. The other 3 women also learned from Big Senior Sister and started to take off their clothes. In a short while, the 4 of them were all naked. Hua Xiaozhen was so angry that she gritted her teeth. However, she didn't say anything. Qin Fen glanced at them and realized that the 4 women were not bad-looking. They also had different sizes. What are you all doing? What kind of person do you think I am? Qin Fen's face turned cold. Hua Xiaozhen's heart was filled with admiration. This was the young Master Qiao that she swore to follow. He was righteous and would never be tempted by women. Chapter 14:20. Seeing that Qin Fen wasn't moved by their beauty, the Purple Cloud Mountain disciples were in despair. All they had left was their beauty. Young master, we have no enmity with each other. Please don't kill us. Violet Rain tried to plead for mercy. Qin Fen said coldly, if I wanted to kill you, you would already be dead. I want to ask you a few questions. Answer me truthfully. The 4 women were pleasantly surprised. Violet Rain nodded, young Master Qiao, please ask. This little girl knows everything. Do you often come to Poison Sun City to do missions? Qin Fen asked. This is my 4th time in Poison Sun City. This little girl has a good understanding of this area. Violet Rain realized that this was Qin Fen's first time here. She wanted him to be their guide. Tell me about the situation in Poison Sun City. Why haven't I seen a single person in the afternoon? As Violet Rain saw that her guess was correct, she relaxed even more. Her little life had been saved. Reporting to Sir Qiao, Poison Sun City occupies a massive area. It is an endless desert. The disciples that come here are all here for a mission, so they will gather at the mission area. It is very difficult to see anyone on the road. Qin Fen understood and continued to ask, where is the mission area? How far is it from our current position? Poison Sun City has a dozen mission areas. Poisonous Scorpion Slaughterhouse, Sand Array, Storm Source, Inferno Spring. Before Violet Rain could finish, Qian Fan interrupted, "Where is the Fire Beast Battalion?" Violet Rain was startled. She quickly pointed to the west and said, "Young Master Qiao, the Fire Beast Battalion is 1,000 miles west. I can take you there." The reason Qian Fan was interested in the Fire Beast Battalion was because he had seen the Thousand Shadow Sect disciple doing a mission there. The group of 6 set off once again. Because Flaming Dragon Horse had been bitten, Qian Fan took out the Black Dragon War Chariot. This dazzlingly cool-looking giant SUV was simply a divine tool in the desert. It sped through the desert like an arrow, leaving Violet Rain and the other women dumbfounded. Poison Sun City was like a city that never slept. At 9:00 in the evening, the sky was still bright. The temperature dropped a bit, but it was still above 40 degrees. The scenery in front of them had changed greatly. Along the way, Qian Feng and Xiao Luo had seen a boundless desert. However, a kilometer away, there was a dotted oasis and a lake that was neither too big nor too small. "Master, there are so many people over there." Hua Xiaozhen jumped up in surprise. If she could not see him again, she would feel like she was isolated from the world. Qian Feng also heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that the Fire Beast Battalion was just up ahead, but he didn't know if the Thousand Shadow Sect's disciples were among them. The Black Dragon War Chariot had already been put away by Qian Feng. If this dazzling high-tech product was driven to the Fire Beast Battalion, it would definitely attract everyone's assassination. The two of them waited in the outer region for a while before Violet Rain and the other 3 women finally caught up. "Phew. Qiao, young Master Qiao, you guys are too fast." "What is that?" Violet Rain was so tired that she was gasping for breath. Her horse was kneeling on the ground. Qian Feng looked at her heaving chest and said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't. The more you know, the faster you'll die." The 4 women paled in fear. Violet Rain quickly covered her mouth, not daring to say another word. "Is the Fire Beast Battalion in front?" Qian Feng asked. Violet Rain said cautiously, "Young Master Qiao, the Fire Beast Battalion is in front. The disciples that are here to do missions are mainly to collect fire spirit stones. This type of spirit stone is very precious, and its effects are much stronger than normal spirit stones." Qian Feng knew about the fire spirit stone. Previously, he had obtained this type of rare spirit stone as a reward for completing missions. The fire spirit stone contained concentrated spirit energy and could be used as an attribute material for artifact refinement. The artifact that was forged would have fire attribute special effects. If a disciple cultivated a fire attribute cultivation technique and used the fire spirit stone to break through, their cultivation speed would increase by several folds. Qian Feng was not here to collect fire spirit stones. His main objective was to find the Thousand Shadow Sect's disciples and find out the location of the Thousand Shadow Sect. The group of 5 was already rushing towards the Fire Beast Battalion. Qian Feng carried Hua Xiaozhen and rode on Violet Rain's horse. Violet Rain rode on another horse with another junior sister. The closer they got to the Fire Beast Battalion, the lower the temperature. There was grass and water here, and there was a night breeze, which made Hua Xiaozhen feel cool. "All of you, get off your horses." When they arrived at the entrance of the Fire Beast Battalion, they saw a group of people dressed in white robes with a blazing sun pattern engraved on their chests. One of the disciples was shouting at them. Qian Feng remained indifferent, but Violet Rain and the other girls immediately got off their horses. Violet Rain even gave Qian Feng a meaningful look, as though she was afraid of those disciples. What are the 2 of you standing there for? Are you deaf?" Seeing that Qian Feng didn't get off his horse, the man's expression immediately turned cold. Violet Rain felt depressed. She knew that this was Qin Feng's first time in Poison Sun City, and he naturally didn't know how powerful the guards were. Young Master Qiao, these are the heroes of the Ardent Sun sect. This Fire Beast Battalion is guarded by the Ardent Sun sect all year round. You have to listen to their arrangements when you come here. Violet Rain had to remind Qin Feng. She was afraid that if there was a conflict, she would be implicated as well. Qin Feng had heard of the Ardent Sun sect before. This was a large sect that specialized in blazing yang cultivation techniques. There was also the Mystic Ice sect, which specialized in chilling yin cultivation techniques. Qin Feng quickly understood that the Fire Spirit Rock was more useful to the Ardent Sun sect than to the disciples of other sections. It was no wonder that the Ardent Sun sect would occupy this place. The group of guards were all disciples at the 6th stage of True Qi Realm, and the man who shouted at him was at the 7th stage of True Qi Realm. In the depths of the Fire Beast Battalion, there was a faintly discernible aura that was as robust as the sea. Even Qin Feng wasn't confident. This trip to Poison Sun City was mainly to search for the disciples of the Thousand Shadow sect. Qin Feng also wanted to maintain a low profile. He carried Hua Xiaozhen off his horse, and at this moment, the crowd exclaimed. They finally noticed Hua Xiaozhen, who was wearing a short skirt. "Heroes, can we go in now?" Violet Rain said with a flattering smile. The leader of the group was called Yang Su, and he was over 40 years old. He stole a few strange glances at Hua Xiaozhen and asked, "Are there any disciples of the 10 tracks among you?" Violet Rain paused for a moment and said, No. "Elder Yang, is there a problem?" Yang Su said with a dignified expression, "Some time ago, the 10 tracks elder, Hua Tian, offended the various sacred sects. Now, everyone is suppressing the 10 tracks. If you encounter any disciples of the 10 tracks, just kill them." Violet Rain wasn't clear about these things and was confused. Hua Xiaozhen's heart tightened. She knew that these people had misunderstood Hua Tian. That Hua Tian had already been killed by young Master Qiao. "All right, Elder Yang. If we encounter any disciples of the 10 tracks, we will definitely kill them." Violet Rain smiled and looked into the Fire Beast Battalion. Her meaning was clear. "All right, each of you hand over 50 superior grade spirit stones, and you can go in and do your missions," Yang Su said. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time that Violet Rain and the other ladies had come. They didn't say anything and handed over 200 spirit stones. Hua Xiaozhen felt a little resentful in her heart. She realized that the people of the Divine Continent sects were all very overbearing. This Fire Beast Battalion was originally public land, so why did they have to hand over spirit stones to the Ardent Sun sect? Qin Feng didn't say much. He took out 100 spirit stones and gave it to Yang Su. He mainly wanted to find the disciples of the Thousand Shadow sect. Before that, he didn't want to get into any unnecessary trouble. The 6 of them handed over the spirit stones and prepared to go in. However, they heard Yang Su suddenly shout, "You and the Zixia sect can go in. You stay." The others were stunned. Yang Su had specifically said that he wanted to keep Hua Xiaozhen. Violet Rain immediately understood what was going on. Previously, she felt that Hua Xiaozhen's clothes were too indecent. Now, something bad was going to happen. Why do you want me to stay? We have already handed over the spirit stones." Hua Xiaozhen angrily glared at Yang Su. She was already a little resentful when Qin Feng took out 100 spirit stones. Today, she had specially hunted the poisonous scorpions to collect spirit stones, so she knew how precious spirit stones were. An evil smile flashed across Yang Su's face. "You asked why I want you to stay. You ran out without clothes. Let me help you loosen your bones." Hua Xiaozhen's small face darkened. She immediately grabbed the Zixia sword on her back and stabbed forward. Suddenly, the sound of the sword rang out. Purple clouds and mist lingered around her, making her look as charming and colorful as a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. The wretched look in Yang Su's eyes became more and more intense. He didn't care about Hua Xiaozhen's sword at all. When the Zixia sword was within reach, Yang Su waved his hand, and the surging sword energy immediately dissipated. He caught the edge of the sword with 2 fingers, and his eyes flashed. This is a good sword. Unfortunately, it's a woman's sword. Otherwise, it would be mine. Hua Xiaozhen was angry and shocked. Yang Su's strength was too strong. At this moment, Hua Xiaozhen couldn't even pull back her sword. Let go of my sword. Don't dirty it. After Hua Xiaozhen started cultivating, her personality became more and more domineering. Yang Su was somewhat angry. He waved his hand, and a majestic true energy surged out. It felt like he was going to send Hua Xiaozhen flying. Rumble. A loud explosion sounded. Hua Xiaozhen was stunned on the spot. She watched as Qin Fen swung his fist towards Yang Su. This punch came too suddenly. Yang Su sent out a palm in a flurry. The instant the fist and palm collided, the surrounding ground shook. Ziyu and the others, as well as the group of guards, immediately retreated 100 meters away. They were suppressed to the point that they couldn't breathe. Qin Fen retreated more than 10 meters before he stabilized his body. He felt a scorching and berserk aura enter his body. Yang Su was sent flying dozens of meters away. The moment he fell to the ground, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The originally noisy entrance fell into a deathly silence. Ziyu and the others, as well as the guards, were dumbfounded. That was Elder Yang Su, who was at the 7th stage of True Qi, was actually defeated by Qin Fen with 1 punch. Although it was the result of Qin Fen's sneak attack, it was unimaginable that Qin Fen had such skills at such a young age. Chapter 1421. It looked like Qin Feng had the upper hand in this exchange, but he knew very well that he had been tricked by Yang Su. At this moment, Qin Feng's blood was boiling. Yang Su seemed to have injected a breath into his body. This feeling was somewhat similar to the frost poison that Yi Beixian injected into him. Master, you've been poisoned by fire poison. Little Pig's voice sounded. Qin Feng was not surprised. The mysterious ice sect mainly cultivated the Yin technique, and the fiery sun sect cultivated the Yang technique. It was normal for them to be able to plant fire poison in a person's body. Can extreme ice dispel the fire poison in my body? Qin Feng asked. Extreme ice is 10,000 beast true ice. It can deal with that guy's fire poison. With this, Qin Feng was at ease. He ignored the fire poison in his body and looked at Yang Su, saying, "Not killing you is already letting you off easy. This is my woman. If anyone dares to touch her, I'll exterminate their entire family." Qin Feng did not back down in the face of the strong disciples of the fiery sun sect. He was very principled. No one could bully his woman and friends. At worst, he would not find the 1,000 Shadow Sect disciples today. If this Yang Su dared to disrespect Hua Xiaozhen again, Qin Feng would use the Black Dragon and raise this Fire Beast battalion to the ground. In the exchange just now, both of them had suffered some injuries. Yang Su realized that Qin Feng was also at the 7th stage of True Qi, and for a moment, he really didn't dare to fight him head-on. Although the fierce Sun Sect's disciples had already surrounded Qin Feng and Hua Xiaozhen, after seeing Qin Feng's skills, no one dared to take the initiative to attack. Elder Yang, we have already handed over the spirit stones. You can't make things difficult for us like this, right? Seeing that the battle was imminent, Ziyu braced herself and came forward to plead. She did not really want to help Qin Feng. She was helping herself. With Qin Feng's valiant skills and viciousness, if they angered him, what would they do if he went on a killing spree? Yang Su followed Ziyu's lead and said, "Humph. Consider yourself lucky today. I can't be bothered to lower myself to your level." Yang Su angrily walked away. Violet Rain quickly ran over to Qin Feng and smiled, saying, "Young Master Qiao, don't lower yourself to the same level as those people. I heard that there is a vice sect master of the Blazing Sun sect standing guard here. If that old monster were to come out, then it would truly be troublesome." The moment Qin Feng arrived at the Fire Beast Battalion, he sensed a powerful aura. It was definitely not inferior to that of Ling Jinfeng and the other sect leaders. In front of such a powerful being, Qin Feng would not be able to defeat him with his current cultivation. He had to use his Star Tech battle equipment. Furthermore, this was a critical period. Many Holy Gate disciples were looking for Hua Tian, who had mastered the 10 steps footwork. If they found out that Hua Tian was already dead, all the disciples in China would come to rob him of his Star Tech products. "Young Master Qiao, let's get down to business." Hua Xiaozhen was a little scared. She was worried about Qin Feng's safety. Under the persuasion of the two beauties, Qin Feng suppressed his anger and led them into the Fire Beast Battalion. This place was actually surrounded by a small oasis. More than half of the land was filled with flowers, grass, and lakes. However, the oasis felt completely different from the Poison Sun City outside. The Fire Beast Battalion occupied a very large area. It was almost the size of a town. Sect disciples could be seen rushing about, racing against time to hunt and kill fire beasts. The 6 of them had already started looking for the 1,000 Shadow Sect disciples. At the same time, Yang Su and the others surrounded the entrance and occasionally glanced inside. When Qin Feng was around, the disciples did not dare to say anything. Now, they were all complaining and complaining. "Elder Yang, why did you let that brat go so easily? That guy is really too arrogant. This Fire Beast Battalion is the territory that our Blazing Sun sect has occupied for many years. In all these years, no one has dared to make a move here. Why don't we go and exterminate him? That brat's skills are not inferior to Elder Yang's. We should be careful." Yang Su glared at the disciple who spoke last and immediately shut his mouth. Yang Su snorted and said, "What do you know? That brat's skills are much weaker than mine. I did not make a move because I was afraid that it would affect our Blazing Sun sect's reputation. Although we have dominated this place for many years, we cannot go overboard. Those fellows have already given us spirit stones. If we really cause trouble, which sect disciple will dare to come to the Fire Beast Battalion to do missions? How are we going to earn any benefits?" After Yang Su reprimanded them, the disciples all nodded. Right. Great Elder Yang Su is indeed thoughtful." Yang Su's expression turned cold as he continued, "However, I will not let that brat off easily. Let him do the mission first. When the time comes, we will kill him and take away his fire spirit stones. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. That's right, go and report to Vice Sect Master Yang Gang and explain the situation here." Yang Su said so much nonsense because he was not confident and did not dare to fight to the death with Qin Feng. The disciple hurriedly said, "Great Elder Yang Su, the Vice Sect Master has been in seclusion cultivating recently and did not allow anyone to disturb him." Do I really have to report this?" Yang Su felt a little aggrieved. "Forget it. There is no rush to report. Let me see the situation first. Young Master Qiao, according to what you said, the 1,000 Shadow Sect disciples came to the Fire Beast Battalion a few days ago. They should have gone deeper into the camp. The deeper you go, the more fire beasts there are. After entering the Fire Beast Battalion, Violet Rain did not leave. Instead, she followed Qin Feng. Hua Xiaojun pouted the entire time. She didn't like these women, but she remembered that she was only a lowly servant, so she didn't complain to Qin Feng. All right. Go wherever you need to go. Qin Feng saw that Violet Rain had behaved well along the way and did not argue with them. However, Violet Rain continued to follow Qin Feng. She said carefully, "Young Master Qiao, we 4 disciples came here to do a mission with the disciples of the mysterious Ice sect and the Bailey sect. If we leave you now, we will be bullied by the disciples of the other sections." Qin Feng finally understood this woman's intentions. She was using him as a protector and an umbrella. Hua Xiaojun could not stand it anymore. She stood up and said, "What does your business have to do with young Master Qiao? Young Master Qiao has already been very kind by not killing you. I advise you to leave quickly." Violet Rain also did not like Hua Xiaojun, but she could only smile at her. "Miss Hua, if we stay, we can help you and young Master Qiao with your mission. We can also serve young Master Qiao. Young Master Qiao is very skilled. He does not need your help. As for serving him, I am young Master Qiao's personal servant. Naturally, I will not let young Master Qiao suffer." Hua Xiaojun did not back down. This made Qin Feng secretly happy. It seemed that this girl's personality was gradually changing. Her stubborn thoughts were also slowly being broken. Violet Rain looked anxious. She did not argue with Hua Xiaojun anymore. She looked at Qin Feng with a pitiful expression. "Young Master Qiao, I am willing to repay you with my body. I only ask that young Master Qiao bring us along to do the mission." Seeing that the eldest senior sister had expressed her stance, the other 3 female disciples also said the same thing. Hua Xiaojun was so anxious that she almost made a move. She discovered that young Master Qiao was truly outstanding. These beauties actually offered themselves to him on their own accord. "If you insist on following, I will not stop you. However, Xiaojun and I are not here to collect fire spirit stones. Our mission is to find the 1,000 Shadow Sect disciples," Qin Feng said indifferently. Violet Rain was overjoyed. "Young Master Qiao, rest assured. The 4 of us will help you ask around. There is strength in numbers." The 4 female disciples of Purple Sunset Mountain finally stuck to Qin Feng. They followed behind Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojun. Hua Xiaojun was speechless, but there was nothing she could do. The 6 of them rushed towards the depths of the Fire Beast Battalion. Along the way, they saw many sect disciples hunting fire beasts. These fire beasts were fire spirit stones. Violet Rain and the others' eyes lit up. However, Qin Feng did not stop. After rushing for most of the night, Qin Feng gradually discovered that something was wrong with his body. Previously, he had been poisoned by Yang Su's fire poison. According to Little Pig's words, there was no need to worry about it. But now, his body was heating up, and he felt as if his entire body was burning. "Little Pig, are you trying to trick me again?" Qin Feng used his thoughts to communicate. "Master, I'm not trying to trick you, but I discovered a serious problem." Hearing this, Qin Feng realized that he had really been tricked. "What's the situation?" "Because Master has an extreme ice demon core in your body, you originally did not need to fear Yang Su's fire poison. However, I discovered that the environment of Poison Sun City belongs to the sun, which increased the effects of the fire poison. In addition, along the way, Master was surrounded by many fire spirit stones. Naturally, your body absorbed a lot of the spirit energy from the fire spirit stones. This increased the effects of the fire poison and actually restrained the extreme ice." Qin Feng was so angry that his face turned ashen. "You damned pig, after talking nonsense for so long, the fire poison in my body has flared up. Hee hee. Master can understand it this way. Little Pig laughed guiltily. Is there a way to cure the fire poison in the system? You can buy elixirs to cure the fire poison, but that is not the best method. If this fire poison is not completely expelled, it will remain in Master's body. It is best to vent it out. Master, you understand. Little Pig looked at Qin Feng lecherously. Qin Feng wanted to beat it up. However, Qin Feng was not in the mood to deal with Little Pig. He discovered that his body was becoming hotter and hotter. It was so hot that he tore off his clothes. Ah! Young Master Qiao, what are you doing? Hua Xiaojun jumped in fright. She wasn't afraid of Qin Feng pouncing on her, but she didn't want the 4 Violet Cloud Mountain disciples to see Qin Feng. Ziyu and the other 3 women also discovered that something was wrong. They were so frightened that they stopped their horses and didn't dare to follow. Qin Feng's skin became fiery red, as if he was on fire. When he turned to look at them, his fiery red eyes scared the 5 of them into screaming. Young Master Qiao, are you okay? Hua Xiaojun hurriedly ran over. Chapter 1422. Xiaojun, stand guard at the entrance of the forest. If anyone comes, alert me immediately. Qin Feng pushed Hua Xiaojun away. He didn't dare to touch this woman. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control the fire poison and destroy her. Seeing Qin Feng walk towards the 4 women, Hua Xiaojun suddenly came to her senses. She immediately ran to grab Qin Feng and said, Young Master Qiao, don't look for them. I'll help you. Qin Feng had no time to waste. If he didn't release the fire poison, it would explode. He glared at Hua Xiaojun and said, Young Master Qiao, don't look for them. I'll help you. Hua Xiaojun was so scared that she didn't dare to speak. She watched as Qin Feng walked in front of the Violet Cloud Mountain disciples. She was very disappointed. What was young Master Qiao thinking? Was her charm really not enough? She didn't think she was any worse than the 4 women. Young Master Qiao, what are you doing? At this time, Qin Feng's body was like fire. His eyes looked like they were about to shoot out flames. Violet Rain and the others retreated in fear. A strong wind suddenly rose. Qin Feng shot to their side. He grabbed the 4 of them and disappeared into the depths of the forest. Hua Xiaojun didn't go in to peek. Even if she didn't look, she knew what young Master Qiao was doing. This was because the 4 women's shouts came from the forest. Their voices were earth-shattering. After a full 2 hours, the movements on the other side finally stopped. Hua Xiaojun let out a long sigh of relief. Her heart was a little itchy because of it. Xiaojun, Qin Feng had already walked out of the forest. He was wearing a vest and beach pants. His fiery red skin was gone. He looked like nothing had happened. Hua Xiaojun lowered her head in disappointment and didn't answer Qin Feng. Why aren't you talking? Qin Feng walked over and pulled her into his arms. Hua Xiaojun secretly glanced at the forest and saw Violet Rain and the other women walking out. The 4 of them supported each other as they walked out. They all looked exhausted. I am not liked by young Master Qiao. It's better if I don't talk. Tears welled up in Hua Xiaojun's eyes. Qin Feng was amused by her wronged expression. He patted her head and said, How do I not like you? I didn't bring you in because I like you. Hua Xiaojun was stunned. Why? I was poisoned by Yang Su's fire poison, so I had to release it. If I brought you in alone, you'd probably die. Qin Feng explained the situation clearly. Hua Xiaojun gaped in shock. She looked at Ziyu and the other 3 girls, thinking that it really was the case. Qiao, young Master Qiao, this lowly servant has wronged you. Please punish me, young Master Qiao. Hua Xiaozhen's heart suddenly became happy again. Qin Feng pinched her waist and smiled. All right, I'll remember this punishment. When there's no one around next time, I'll punish you harshly. Hua Xiaozhen was so embarrassed that her face was about to drip water. Of course, she knew what punishment Qin Feng was talking about. The great battle in the forest had forced the fire poison out of Qin Feng's body, and he was tired and powerless. The six of them rested on the spot until dawn the next day before continuing their journey. The scenery in the depths of the Fire Beast Battalion became more and more pleasant. This place no longer looked like a desert, it felt like little Jiangnan. This was the first time Qin Feng and Hua Xiaozhen came to the Fire Beast Battalion. They were shocked by the scene in front of them. No one would believe that there was such a relaxing place in this sand-filled Poison Sun City. Roar, roar, roar. The surroundings were filled with the roars of fire beasts. Although the scenery was enchanting, other than Qin Feng admiring it, the surrounding disciples were all engaged in fierce battles with fire beasts. The number of fire beasts in the depths of the Fire Beast Battalion was several times more than in the periphery. Seeing the fire beasts scurrying around, the eyes of the Purple Sunset Mountain's 4 girls lit up. Young Master Qiao, should we collect some fire spirit stones? Violet Rain asked cautiously. Without waiting for Qin Feng to speak, Hua Xiaozhen pouted and complained, we are here to find the 1,000 Shadow Sect disciples. If you want to hunt fire beasts, go ahead. Don't follow us in the future. Violet Rain secretly glared at Hua Xiaozhen. Her heart was filled with resentment. In her opinion, her strength was higher than Hua Xiaozhen's, and she had fought an intense battle with Qiao Feng last night. Why was Hua Xiaozhen so arrogant? However, Violet Rain didn't dare to contradict Hua Xiaozhen. As a woman, she could clearly see how much Qiao Feng doted on Hua Xiaozhen. Young Lady Hua, please blame me for speaking out of turn. We will not leave. We will help young Master Qiao scout for information on the 1,000 Shadow Sect disciples. Then the 4 of you will scout that side. Young Master Qiao and I will go to the other side, Hua Xiaozhen said as she held on to Qin Feng's arm tightly. Violet Rain didn't move. She looked pitifully at Qin Feng, waiting for his orders. Do as Xiaozhen says. If you encounter any trouble, just shout my name loudly. The 6 of them split up. Hua Xiaozhen was finally alone with Qin Feng. She bounced happily along the way. Fortunately, the Fire Beast Battalion's inner regions weren't considered big. Along the way, Qin Feng and Hua Xiaozhen encountered disciples from dozens of factions. Some of the factions had offended Qin Feng before, and Qin Feng conveniently snatched away the fire spirit stones that they had collected. Young Master Qiao, those ladies are dressed so beautifully. Hua Xiaozhen suddenly yelled. Qin Feng looked over, and his expression changed. He ran over and saw 3 ladies dressed in pink fighting with the fire beasts. That was the uniform of the 1,000 Shadow Sect. Pong, pong, pong. The battlefield was filled with loud noises. The 3,000 Shadow Sect disciples all had extraordinary skills. When Qin Feng arrived, they had already killed the 3 fire beasts and were collecting the fire spirit stones from their bodies. Who are you? The older lady suddenly pointed her sword at Qin Feng. She thought that Qin Feng was here to snatch the fire spirit stones. The other 2 ladies had already collected the fire spirit stones and surrounded Qin Feng from the left and right. Are you disciples of the 1,000 Shadow Sect? Qin Feng didn't care about the 3 ladies pointing their swords at him. He was so excited that his voice was trembling. The older lady frowned slightly, and the chill on her body dissipated a little. We are disciples of the 1,000 Shadow Sect. Which sect are you from? Why are you looking for us? After confirming that they were from the Thousand Shadow sect, Qin Feng seemed to see hope. He excitedly rushed forward and grabbed the lady's arm. "Beauty, quickly bring me to your sect. I want to find someone." The lady was shocked and hurriedly shook off Qin Feng's hand. Her heart was filled with astonishment. Qin Feng's attack speed was too fast. She didn't even have time to react before her arm was grabbed. Why are you so careless? If you dare to act recklessly again, I will kill you with my sword." The lady's expression turned cold. Hua Xiaojun ran to Qin Feng's side and asked, "Young Master Qiao, what's going on?" Qin Feng didn't even have time to explain to Hua Xiaojun. He continued speaking to the lady, "Don't misunderstand. I have no ill intentions. I just want to make a trip to the Thousand Shadow sect." The lady interrupted Qin Feng. "Impossible. Other than the female disciples of the Thousand Shadow sect, how can outsiders casually enter? What's more, the Thousand Shadow sect is a place exclusively for female cultivators. No man has ever been able to enter. Stop your wishful thinking." Hua Xiaojun finally understood. These three ladies dressed in pink were actually from the Thousand Shadow sect. She was extremely happy for Qin Feng, but after hearing the lady's words, both Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojun were disappointed. "Junior sister Qingxiu, what happened? That brat can't be trying to bully you, right?" A cold voice echoed. Three men dressed in black robes with a large saber pattern carved on their chests ran over. The three ladies from the Thousand Shadow sect seemed to have seen their savior. They all rushed over, and the older lady said, "Senior brother Qian Zui, he didn't bully us, but he insisted that we bring him to the Thousand Shadow sect. He is delaying our precious mission time." There was a time limit to the Fire Beast Battalion's mission. 50 spirit stones could only allow one to stay for 3 days and 3 nights. If they didn't seize the time to collect the fire spirit stones, they might end up incurring losses. The man named Qian Zui was in his 30s. He suddenly glared at Qin Feng and yelled, "Brat, how dare you waste junior sister Qingxiu's precious time. I advise you to hand over all the fire spirit stones on you, and I will spare you this time." Qian Zui's attitude was so arrogant that even Hua Xiaojun couldn't stand it anymore. Qin Feng had already recognized the three of them. They were all disciples of Soul Saber. According to the records in the file, the 3 female disciples of the Thousand Shadow sect and the 3 male disciples of Soul Saber had teamed up to do a mission. Among the Soul Saber trio, only Qian Zui was at the 6th stage of Qi realm. The other 2 disciples were at the 5th stage of Qi realm. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to look at them and continued speaking to Qingxiu, "Beauty Qingxiu, as long as you bring me to the Thousand Shadow sect, I can give you a lot of cultivation resources." Qingxiu's expression turned cold, and Hua Xiaojun had a gloomy expression. In the Divine Continent, who would call someone beautiful the moment they met? Only perverts would do that. Hua Xiaojun realized that young Master Qiao always called girls this way, and she couldn't understand him. Qian Zui was suddenly infuriated. He immediately drew the large saber from his waist and slashed down vertically. A gust of violent wind blew, and the ferocious qi forced the others to retreat. Only Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojun were still standing in the same spot. Before Hua Xiaojun could draw her sword, she realized that Qian Zui had already landed on the empty ground 100 meters away. Rumble. This loud sound shocked everyone. Even some of the disciples that were fighting with the fire beasts couldn't help but look over. However, those people quickly returned to their own battles. There were countless fights in the Fire Beast Battalion because of the Fire Spirit Stones. The 3 female disciples of the Thousand Shadow sect couldn't recover from their shock for a long time. Soul Saber's senior brother Qian Zui was a martial expert who had already reached the 6th stage of Qi realm. He only needed one opportunity to break through to the 7th stage of Qi realm. However, such a martial expert was sent flying by Qin Feng with a single slap. Looking at Qin Feng's appearance, he was just a young man in his early 20s. "Brat, how dare you injure our senior brother Qianzui? Do you know who we are? Disciples of the Soul Saber sect, I think you want to die." The two Soul Saber disciples regained their senses and glared at Qin Feng fiercely. However, they kept cursing, and no one dared to take revenge. Chapter 14:23. Soul Blade and the other two were lying in a row. There were 2 Stage 5 Qi practitioners and 1 Stage 6 Qi practitioners. The 3 ladies from the Thousand Shadow sect finally came to their senses. When they looked at Qin Feng again, there was fear in their eyes. Qin Feng's skills were too terrifying. What are you doing? We are really Soul Blade disciples. You better not mess around." Seeing Qin Feng approaching, Qianzui and the other 2 were trembling in fear. "I know you are Soul Blade disciples. The people I am going to deal with are from the Soul Blade sect." Qin Feng's words made the 3 of them feel despair. They had kicked a nail. Their pretentious arrogance and fierceness completely dissipated. The overbearing and arrogant Qianzui suddenly knelt in front of Qin Feng and kowtowed like a chicken pecking rice. "Young hero, don't kill me. I am willing to hand over all my fire spirit stones." The 3 ladies from the Thousand Shadow sect were stunned. They looked at Qianzui, who had lost his dignity like a wild dog, in disbelief. When the other 2 Soul Blade disciples came back to their senses, they quickly learned from their big senior brother and kowtowed to beg for mercy. "Leave all your spirit stones and fire spirit stones and get lost immediately." Qin Feng didn't start a massacre. When he first stepped into the Fire Beast Battalion, he felt a strong and powerful aura. Now that he stepped into the depths of the Fire Beast Battalion, that aura became even clearer. Qianzui and the other 2 were relieved. They quickly left all their spirit stones on the ground and ran away as if they were running for their lives. Everything happened too fast. The 3 ladies from the Thousand Shadow sect were still in a daze. They came here with the Soul Blade disciples. They didn't expect that their backer would be defeated just like that. "Beautiful delicate, take these spirit stones." Qin Feng looked at the older lady and said. The 3 ladies woke up with a start. Delicate frowned. She couldn't understand Qin Feng. This guy had a dignified appearance and was full of righteousness. He didn't look like a wretched person, but every time he opened his mouth, he would tease them like a pervert. Delicate was so angry that she didn't dare to say anything. "Senior sister, do we want those spirit stones?" The other 2 disciples stared at the 2 piles of spirit stones at Qin Feng's feet. Qing Xiao was also hesitant. Of course she wanted it, but she didn't know what Qin Feng was thinking. Qin Feng immediately gave Hua Xiaojun a meaningful glance. Hua Xiaojun immediately picked up the spirit stones on the ground and walked over to the 3 women. She held Qing Xiao's hand as if they were sisters. "Big sister Qing Xiao, don't misunderstand. Our family's young master Qiao calls women beautiful. This is his catchphrase. He doesn't mean to humiliate or disrespect you. Since young master Qiao said to give these spirit stones to you, just accept them." Qin Feng was very satisfied with Hua Xiaojun's performance. Under her persuasion, the 3 women put away the spirit stones. One's hands are short when one receives a gift, but one's mouth is short when one receives a gift. This time, Qing Xiao and the other 2 couldn't ignore Qin Feng anymore. The other 2 female disciples even took the initiative to announce their names. "Young Master Qiao, I am a disciple of the Thousand Shadows sect, Qing Mei. I am Qin Zhu, a disciple of the Thousand Shadows sect. Qin Fan also realized that the word beauty had become a term of mockery in the divine continent, so he changed his words. Lady Qingxiu, I heard that the Thousand Shadows sect recently accepted a new disciple. The three women suddenly became vigilant. Qingxiu said, Young Master Qiao, this is our sect's secret. Forgive me for not revealing it. Although Qingxiu didn't admit it explicitly, Qin Feng was sure that Zhao Ling Xian had been brought into the Thousand Shadows sect. He came to the divine continent this time to take Zhao Ling Xian and his mother, Qingying, away from the Thousand Shadows sect. Now that he had found a disciple from the Thousand Shadows sect, Qin Feng couldn't suppress his joy. Lady Qingxiu, can I trouble you to bring me to the Thousand Shadows sect? I can give you a lot more spirit stones. The eyes of the three women from the Thousand Shadows sect flashed with light, but it quickly dimmed. Young Master Qiao, I am not targeting you. This is the sect's rule. We are not allowed to bring outsiders into the sect. Otherwise, we will be expelled from the sect. Qingxiu had a difficult expression. Qin Feng knew that the Thousand Shadows sect was his mother's sect. He treated the Thousand Shadows sect disciples amiably and didn't want to use forceful methods. How long have you been out of seclusion? Qingxiu was a little guarded against Qin Feng. Qingzhu was the youngest, and she said foolishly, Young Master Qiao, we have been out for almost a month. After we finish collecting the fire spirit stones, we plan to return to the sect and cultivate in seclusion, striving to break through to our current cultivation realm. Qin Feng was overjoyed. How many more fire spirit stones do you want to collect? I haven't thought about how many fire spirit stones we need to collect. When we came to the Fire Beast Battalion, each person had to pay 150 high-grade spirit stones, which allowed us to do missions here for 10 days. There are still 3 days left, and we plan to leave after completing these 3 days, Qingzhu said. Qin Feng was a little depressed. He couldn't wait for the three of them to return to the sect so that he could track the Thousand Shadows sect's location. However, Qin Feng couldn't force them to leave. It would be too obvious, and it would definitely arouse the three women's suspicions. Young Master Qiao, we have searched that side. There's no. At this moment, the four ladies from the Purple Sunset Mountain rushed over. Just as Violet Rain was speaking halfway, she abruptly covered her mouth. She pointed at Qingxiu and the other two and shouted, "Aw! Young Master Qiao, you have already found them." Qin Feng didn't bother about Violet Rain and was thinking about how to get Qingxiu and the other two to return to the sect as soon as possible. He realized that the three women were here to collect fire spirit stones. If he gave them enough fire spirit stones, they wouldn't be willing to stay here any longer. Lady Qingxiu, it is too dangerous for the three of you to move around. Why don't we team up and do missions? I don't lack fire spirit stones, and I will give all the spirit stones I obtain from hunting the fire beasts to you. When Qin Feng finished speaking, all the women looked at him with flabbergasted expressions. Everyone was very clear of Qin Feng's valiant skills, and it would be great to have his help. However, Violet Rain and Qingxiu couldn't understand why Qin Feng was so kind. Is that true, young Master Qiao? Then we are really grateful to you. Before Qingxiu could make a decision, the petite Qingzhu was already jumping with joy. This time, Violet Rain finally understood. She thought that this young Master Qiao was truly ferocious. He already had 5 women by his side, and he found another 3 women. However, when she thought about Qin Feng's heroism in the forest last night, Violet Rain didn't find it strange anymore. Fire beasts could be seen roaming the depths of the Fire Beast Battalion, and these fire beasts were of different sizes. Even the smallest fire beast at the infant stage was as tall as a normal person. However, the strength of a fire beast at the infant stage was only at the first stage of true qi, and they would be instantly killed. However, the disciples of the various sects rarely hunted fire beasts at the infant stage because their bodies didn't have any solidified fire spirit stones. As for the fire beasts at the youth and middle stage, they were much more ferocious. They were all over 3 meters tall, and when they ran, it felt like the ground was shaking. The strength of these fire beasts varied, and they were comparable to martial artists at the 4th stage of true Qi to the 6th stage of true Qi. The Sacred Gate disciples all came in groups, and a few of them surrounded a few fire beasts and attacked fiercely. If they were to fight individually, they might not be able to exterminate the fire beasts. Qin Feng casually looked around and said, "The fire beasts here aren't concentrated enough, and exterminating them would take too much time. Where is the base of the fire beasts? Let's directly go there and collect the fire spirit stones. It's much more efficient." All the girls looked at Qin Feng as if they were looking at an idiot. One of them said in a delicate voice, "Young Master Qiao, how can we go to the base of the fire beasts?" "Why not?" Qin Feng was puzzled. Violet Rain knew that this was Qin Feng's first time in Poison Sun City, so she hurriedly explained, "Young Master Qiao, these fire beasts are rank 2 demonic beasts. They have astonishing defense and ferocious attacks. Unless we form a group and kill the scattered fire beasts, we will only have a chance of victory. If we go to the base of the fire beasts, we will definitely die." After Qin Feng understood the reason, he smiled bitterly. He had forgotten the realms of the other girls. With their strength, they would have to rely on a group battle to deal with the fire beasts. If they fought head-on, both sides would suffer. However, Qin Feng was the opposite. He planned to activate the killer book to exterminate the fire beasts. Only by killing more fire beasts would he become stronger. "Don't be afraid. With me around, nothing will happen." Seeing Qin Feng's indisputable expression, everyone could only lead him to the deepest part of the fire beast battalion. The environment in this area became even more pleasant. Even the desert was almost gone. The ground was filled with green mountains and clear waters, just like the little Jiangnan region. Wow! Is this really the area of Poison Sun City? I feel like I've transmigrated to another place. Hua Xiaojun breathed in the fresh air and felt the cool breeze. She was in a good mood. Even Violet Rain, Delicate Beauty, and the others were stepping into the deepest part of the Fire Beast Battalion for the first time. There was no trace of the Holy Gate disciples in this area. Those disciples simply didn't dare to step into this area. Near the grassy lake, groups and groups of fire beasts gathered. Soon, some fire beasts discovered Qin Feng and the others. Roar! For a time, angry roars shook the heavens. Hundreds and thousands of fire beasts madly rushed over. Hua Xiaojun and the other girls were scared silly. They felt the ground beneath their feet violently shake, as if there was an earthquake. Oh my God, how can there be so many fire beasts? Young Master Qiao, let's hurry and run. Otherwise, we will all die here. Let's not talk about us. Even if we call all the Holy Gate disciples outside, we might not be able to defeat them. Just as the girls were panicking, a pink light flashed past them. Qin Feng, who was standing in front of them, suddenly disappeared. Delicate Beauty and Violet Rain even thought that he had run away. Bang bang bang. But in the next second, violent explosions rang out incessantly. Among the thousands of fire beasts that rushed over, fire beasts fell one after another. However, even more fire beasts rushed over from behind. It was a spectacular scene, like the waves behind the Yangtze River surpassing the waves in front. The girls were still in a daze. They were so scared that they didn't even have the strength to run. However, they soon discovered an even more shocking scene. The group of fire beasts ran for a long time, but they maintained a distance of several dozen meters from them. As long as a fire beast exceeded this distance, it would suddenly explode and fall to the ground. Loud explosions rang out incessantly. It was like tens of thousands of muffled thunder falling from the sky. Chapter 14:24. Why do I feel like the ground is shaking more and more? Not good, the fire beasts in the outer area are coming. Seeing the hundreds of fire beasts behind them, the girls were shocked. Hua Xiaojun had followed Qin Fen for a long time and was a woman who had seen the world. She was the first to recover and rushed forward with her sword in hand. Whoosh! The violet cloud sword pierced through the air. Instantly, dozens of sword lights whistled through the air. Hua Xiaojun was shrouded in a purple mist, like a hazy fairy descending to the mortal world. Violet Rain, Qing Xiu, and the others also came to their senses. Seeing the situation, they could only brace themselves and attack. Rumble. For a time, loud explosions sounded. Sword lights filled the sky, causing the group of fire beasts to roar again and again. The strength of the 7 girls wasn't high. Moreover, they were facing the fierce attack of hundreds of fire beasts. In a short while, they were repelled. Young Master Qiao, we can't hold on any longer. Violet Rain hurriedly cried for help. Hua Xiaojun glared at her angrily. Isn't this just looking for trouble for Qin Fen? Everyone, don't count on young Master Qiao. His situation is more critical. We must hold on and buy more time for young Master Qiao. Hua Xiaojun was brave and invincible. She had the lowest cultivation among the girls, but she was always at the forefront. Although her willpower was firm, Hua Xiaojun's strength was still too weak. Her violet cloud sword only slashed a few times before she was knocked away by a fire beast. The girls screamed. Qing Xiu hurriedly flew to catch Hua Xiaojun. The remaining 6 girls couldn't hold on any longer and retreated. The grassland that was suitable for people to stand on became smaller and smaller. It was about to be completely submerged by the fire beasts on both sides. Rumble. Just at this moment, a golden light fell from the sky. The several hundred-meter-long saber chi forcibly split open a 10-meter-wide hole in the pile of fire beasts. Under the golden saber chi, dozens of fire beasts instantly exploded, startling the rest of the fire beasts for a moment. Qin Fen didn't dare to stop. Taking advantage of the moment when the fire beasts in the south were stunned, he immediately thrust his spear towards the group of fire beasts in the north. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, thousands of red spear lights shot out like thousands of sharp arrows. Fire beasts constantly fell to the ground from the group of fire beasts. Such a fierce offensive made the women dumbfounded. Roar! Roar! However, the fire beasts were completely infuriated. Not only did they show no fear, but they also charged towards Qin Feng with even greater ferocity. They were like members of a suicide squad, and their blood-red eyes only had Qin Feng in them. It was as if they wanted to stomp him into pieces. Ding! Host Qin Feng has killed 10 fire beasts and leveled up the killer book by 1 level. All abilities have increased by 1.5 times. Ding! Host Qin Feng has hunted 30 fire beasts and leveled up the killer book to level 2. All abilities have been doubled. Ding! Host Qin Feng has hunted 65 fire beasts and leveled up the killer book to level 3. All attributes have increased by 2.5 times. The group of fire beasts were enraged, but Qin Feng's eyes were bloodshot. The system's voice kept ringing in his mind. In a short 10 minutes, the killer book was leveled up to level 3, and all its abilities were increased by 2.5 times. Qin Fen immediately felt incomparably powerful. His saber descended, and the golden saber chi seemed to solidify. A golden saber that was 300 to 400 meters long descended from the sky. It was like a saber strike from an angry god. The rainbow demon storm spear was even more invincible. As the spear danced, spear rays shot out like sharp arrows. The tough fur of the fire beasts were pierced through like tofu by the spear rays. The girls had already stopped attacking. They realized that with Qin Feng around, they didn't need to do anything. At this time, many sect disciples rushed over to see what was going on. When they saw this spectacular scene, their eyes and jaws dropped to the ground. Qin Feng's ferocious attacks continued. His killer book had already leveled up to level 4, and all abilities had been tripled. The crowd stood a few hundred meters away and watched with their blood boiling. They were a bit puzzled. Didn't normal people expend more true qi the more they fought and gradually become exhausted? Qin Feng was the opposite. The more he fought, the more ferocious he became. It was truly unimaginable. Who is that young man? How can he be so powerful? He's so young and he's already at true qi stage 7. No, I suspect he's already at true qi stage 8. The crowd exclaimed. That was the realm of true qi stage 8. Only the vice sect leaders and sect leaders of the major sects could pry into that realm. But Qin Feng was only in his early 20s. Ha! Isn't that young man the one who had a conflict with Elder Yang Su yesterday? Someone recognized Qin Feng. That can't be right. With the strength he's displaying right now, Yang Su, who's merely at true qi stage 7, is no match for him. I think in yesterday's battle, this young man definitely held back. Qin Feng inadvertently became the center of attention again. However, he didn't have the time to pay attention to those people's discussions. At this time, another group of people on horseback flew over. They were all dressed in white robes with a flame pattern engraved on their chests. It was the people from the Blazing Sun sect. Fuck. Elder Yang, the fire beasts have collectively gone berserk. As soon as they arrived, the Blazing Sun sect disciples were dumbstruck. Then, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. Quick, look. Didn't that brat offend Elder Yang yesterday? Everyone looked at Qin Feng, who was currently sweeping through the fire beasts and quickly recognized him. When Yang Su saw this scene, his eyeballs almost fell to the ground. He was dumbstruck by Qin Feng's valiance and even felt some lingering fear. If he really had a battle to the death with this brat yesterday, he would definitely have been tortured to death. Elder Yang, this grandson is actually this powerful. He must have been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger yesterday. Oh no, this person won't cause trouble for us, right? If Vice Sect leader Yang Gang doesn't come out of seclusion, who can beat him? The Blazing Sun Sect disciples began to panic. They were truly frightened by Qin Feng's strength. Even Yang Su's heart was at a loss. This morning, he was still fantasizing that Qin Feng would suffer a fate worse than death after being poisoned by the fire poison. After that, Qin Feng would kneel in front of him and beg for mercy. Now, it seemed that he was completely overthinking it. The commotion in the battlefield actually gradually calmed down. It wasn't that Qin Feng had killed all the fire beasts. There seemed to be countless fire beasts in this area. After one batch was destroyed, another batch would come. However, those fire beasts didn't attack anymore. Even they were suppressed by Qin Feng's ferocity. Thousands of fire beasts surrounded Qin Feng and the women. The open space was only a dozen or so meters wide, but the two waves of fire beasts didn't dare to encroach this distance. Young Master Qiao, what do we do now? Hua Xiaozhen had suffered some injuries, and there were still traces of blood at the corner of her mouth. Qin Feng finally found some time. He flew to her side and personally fed her a few blood-solidifying pills. Only then did he relax. Violet Rain, Qing Xiu, and the others surrounded Qin Feng, looking at him with reverence. If Qin Feng hadn't held on until now, everyone would have been torn to shreds by those two waves of fire beasts. Young Master Qiao, why you are too amazing. Violet Rain sighed from the bottom of her heart. Qing Xiu was also full of admiration, but she said with some worry, why have these fire beasts stopped? Should we take advantage of this opportunity to escape? The women nodded. They looked at the hundreds and thousands of fire beasts around them. They never had any thoughts of victory. Qin Feng realized that these fire beasts were afraid of him. Originally, he had planned to use the blood demon armor and his sovereign realm ability to control the fire beasts. However, as soon as he arrived in this area, he had been attacked, and he had been flustered. Now that the situation had stabilized, Qin Feng tried to control them. Bang! A loud sound exploded on Qin Feng's body. Hua Xiaojun and the other women jumped in fright. They suddenly discovered that Qin Feng was wearing a set of blood-red battle armor. The blood demon armor's pure spirit blood of a super demon beast had been activated. Qin Feng's aura suddenly changed, becoming a dangerous and ferocious wild beast aura. Violet Rain, Qing Xiu, and the others instinctively took several steps back. Even Hua Xiaojun looked at Qin Feng with surprise, as if this was the first time she had seen him. Young Master Qiao, Hua Xiaojun subconsciously shouted, trying to wake Qin Feng up. But all she heard was Qin Feng's roar, as if he were an ancient beast that had suddenly awakened. Roar, roar. The entire earth shook, and even the weather changed drastically. Dark clouds covered the clear skies for tens of thousands of miles, and a torrential downpour began to fall. The blood that covered the ground was washed clean. The eyes of the fire beasts dimmed and they began to kneel in a row, as if they were worshipping Qin Feng. Besides the howling wind and rain, the fire beast base fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. Many people rubbed their eyes, but when they opened them again, everything was still real. Roar, roar. Thousands of fire beasts knelt on the plains and roared in unison. Their roars shook the heavens and earth, lasting for a long time. When Qin Feng saw that he had successfully controlled the fire beasts' minds, he immediately gave an order. The group of fire beasts suddenly pounded their abdomens. This strange action confused everyone, but after a short moment, the fire beasts opened their mouths and spat out fiery red spirit stones. Fire spirit stones? Those are all fire spirit stones. Damn! A fire beast has at least 3 fire spirit stones in its body. With so many fire beasts, how many fire spirit stones would there be? What is going on with these fire beasts? That young man is like a god. Everyone was shocked by Qin Feng's miraculous beast-taming ability. Even Hua Xiaojun didn't know of his ability for the first time. In just a short moment, 3 small mountains were piled in front of Qin Feng, and they were all piled up with fire spirit stones. Qin Feng stood there and felt the temperature rise. Even if there was a heavy downpour, it couldn't reduce the heat from the fire spirit stones. Young Master Qiao, seeing the 3 spirit stone mountains, Violet Rain and Qing Xiu, could no longer remain calm. The 2 girls walked back and looked at Qin Feng with anticipation. Each of your sects will have 1 fire spirit stone mountain. Xiao Zhen, keep the other spirit stone mountain. Qin Feng gave the order, and the 3 girls were shocked. These were 3 fire spirit stone mountains, and each spirit stone mountain contained at least a few thousand fire spirit stones. Qin Feng casually opened his mouth and gave away 2 of the spirit stone mountains. The 3 girls from the Thousand Shadow sect were already hurriedly storing the fire spirit stones. 100 meters away, there were still many sect disciples watching covetously. It would be troublesome if they came to snatch it. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.